win another election. That's a big deal. But women are basically incredible people, do so much for our country, and we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women. Yeah.
What was your reason for pardoning Trevor Milton?
Highly recommended by many people that was taken advantage of. He did a business deal like in Utah, as I have it, and I think he was exonerated, and then they brought him into New York. We had a rough road. I mean, he was exonerated. It was a big celebration. Again, I don't know him, but they say it was very unfair, and they say the thing that he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president. He supported Trump. He liked Trump. I didn't know him, but he liked him. It was in Utah, and they went after him. They went after his family. They went after his businesses. And he was, I believe, exonerated, and then they went after him again, and they brought him this time into Manhattan, and he had nothing to do with Manhattan. And they got him, and I said, that's unfair. There are many people like that. They support Trump, and they went after him. You don't realize this is a vicious group of people that were in this office before us. This is a vicious group. They're violent. What they were doing to people, and you could go story after hundreds and even thousands of stories, and they went after this man. And when I heard about it, I said, nope, not going to happen. They destroyed 5 years of his life. He fought for 5 years of his life, and he did nothing wrong. And he's a good person. And basically, I had these fantastic recommendations about him from people that you know very well, all top-of-the-line people. They thought it was a horrible thing. There are many such cases, by the way, many such cases.
Should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid higher prices?
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you spoken with Vladimir Putin about buying weapons from Iran and from North Korea?
Not about specifically that, no, I haven't.
Well, that seems to be an issue that you want to make important, is...
Well, I'm making all issues important. You got a lot of important issues. You also have the children issue that's important. You know, a lot of children are living in Russia right now. That's a horrible situation that would have never taken place if I were president, but it did, and the country is being decimated. But, you know, they're losing 2,500 on average young men, mostly men, almost in all cases men, actually, but young men every single week, 2,500, and they're not from our country. They're from Ukraine and they're from Russia, but it's human lives, and if we can get it stopped, and I think we're making progress. But there's a lot of ill will between the parties that I can tell you.
Should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid higher prices? And then just to follow
No, I don't think so. I think you're going to have a country that's going to boom. I just spoke to Tim Cook of Apple. He's investing $500 billion in the United States, which he would have never, he told me, I would never have done it if you lost the election, and I would have never done it if there wasn't a tariff system that is an incentive for people to come. And remember, there are no tariffs. All you have to do is do your work right here. If you have your company here, if you build your product, make your car, or whatever it is you're making, no tariffs. And we're going to have, I think, Scott, I would say we're close to $4 trillion, even going close to $5 trillion. Now, we haven't had that for years. If you add up years, they haven't invested like that. And here we are in 2 months. We think we're up to close to $5 trillion of investment. They're going to build car plants. They're already building. Many of them have already started. And if you build a car in the United States, and one thing that I just spoke with John Thune about, I just spoke to Mike Johnson about, Speaker. We're going to do something that has never been done in this country before. I'm very proud to say it was my idea. And so sometimes a simple idea, they say, how'd you think of that one? It's so simple, it was never done. If you buy a car in the United States that's made in the United States, if it's manufactured here, when you borrow money, if you borrow money, you have interest payments, we're going to let you deduct the interest payment for income tax reasons. And I think that's going to more than pay for itself. I think people are going to be, they've never had a deduction. You know, deductions are supposed to be for like rich people, and it's unfair to have that. But rich people are, I I think I know more about deductions than any human being on earth. But, you know, the truth is that people that are middle-income people that buy a car and actually have to borrow money, they're going to now get an interest deduction on their car if it's made in the United States. If it's made someplace else, that won't take place. But car companies, as you know, are already expanding and building new plants. They've already started. And I think you're going to see numbers. Howard, you're seeing it, and Scott, you're seeing it. You're going to see numbers the likes of which you've never seen before. Yeah, please go ahead.
The vice president is in Greenland right now. Do you have plans to expand U.S. military presence in Greenland? Is that part of a plan?
Well, we're
to
getting
annex
along
the
very well
island?
with Greenland. We get along very well with Denmark. We've always had a good relationship. Denmark does a lot of business in the United States. We don't do so much there, but they do a lot of business in the United States. And I think they want to see, I think everybody wants to see that work out. We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation. And we're not talking about peace for the United States. We're talking about world peace. We're talking about international security. And right now, you look at it, you have warships all over the place going through right along Greenland. We're not going to let that happen. We cannot let that happen. Or if it's going to happen, we have to be protective of our country. And more importantly, right now, it's really protection not only of our country, of the world. So Greenland is very important. In modern-day weaponry makes Greenland. 100 years ago, less so. But also,
would you like to visit Greenland?
if you notice, also some of those, you could call them roadways, okay? They're water roadways. But some of those areas are opening up, and they're opening up icebreakers out there. They're opening them, and by just nature, they're opening up, and they're headed right into China, right into Russia. And we have no choice. The answer is he's there with his wonderful wife, Usha. They're there right now. They landed a couple of hours ago, and they will represent us well. But Greenland's very important for the peace of the world, not us, the peace of the entire world. And I think Denmark understands it. I think the European Union understands it. And if they don't, we're going to have to explain it to them.
Would you like to visit? Would you like to visit Greenland, Mr.
Iranian
Trump?
drones are attacking Ukraine every day.
Let's say it.
Iranian drones are attacking and killing Ukrainians every day. Why aren't you doing something about that?
Well, we're going to see what happens with that. I'm getting reports on that, and we're looking at a report. You're right. They make a lot of drones. Iran makes a lot of drones. They make very effective drones, too. They do very effectively at some things, but Iran is very high on my list of things to watch. And as you probably know, I sent them a letter just recently, and I said, you're going to have to make a decision one way or the other. And we're going to either have to talk and talk it out, or very bad things are going to happen to Iran. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. My big preference, and I don't say this through strength or weakness, my big preference is we work it out with Iran. But if we don't work it out, bad things are going to happen to Iran. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Come on, guys. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Quickly,
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Let's go, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have Paula White, who's been very inspirational during the campaign, and our friend, and Alina has requested a prayer. And Paula, can you do the others, please?
Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, and on this very divine appointment of Alina Habba, we thank you that you have chosen her before the foundations of the earth. I ask that you would give your wisdom according to James 1:5, and as she moves into this new season in this divine appointment, that she will protect the innocent, that she will always rule righteously, that she will stand in your peace and reign in truth and justice. I secure her family, her life, her calling, and her purpose. We thank you for President Trump. We thank you for this opportunity, for all that you are doing, And we secure this in the name that is above all names, the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
Before we begin, we have a little announcement. It's just going to be put out over the wires that Skadden Arps, the highly respected firm, Skadden Arps, Slate, Meagher, and Flom, announced the following agreement regarding a series of actions that were taken by Skadden. And it reads, number one, Skadden will provide a total of at least $100 million in pro bono legal services during the Trump administration and beyond to cause that the President and Skadden both support. This is something we both support in relation to the following areas: assisting veterans and other public servants, including members of the military, law enforcement, and on and on. Number two, Skadden will commit to the mission of providing pro bono legal services to a wide variety of deserving organizations and individuals. Skadden is committed to funding no fewer than 5 Skadden Fellows. That's a scholarship fund that they've set up. And number three, and again, we're going to put this out in much greater detail, that Skadden affirms and commits to merit-based hiring, promotion, and retention. Again, that will go on for a little while, and you'll read that. And Skadden will not deny any representation to clients, such as its members or members of politically disenfranchised groups who have not historically received legal representation from major national law firms, etc. So this is going out now, and I'm instructing my people to release it. And this just was announced, so you can you'll get it in. This was essentially a settlement, and you'll be able to read that in great detail. We appreciate Skadden's coming to the table. As you know, other law firms have likewise settled the case, and it's a shame. What's gone on is a shame, but we very much appreciate their coming to the table. But we're here for right now a different reason. It's a very important one, because today we're thrilled to swear in our interim U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey, Alina Habba. And I want to just congratulate, along with your husband Greg and your children, your wonderful parents who I've gotten to know over the years, great parents and a great family, so congratulations. And to Luke, Chloe, and Parker, that's great. You're proud, right, of your father and your mother, right? Both. Not just your mom, right? Your father, too. He's done pretty well. He's a good guy and very successful man. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi. She's been incredible, by the way. She's, I don't want to brag, but I've been watching her for the last couple of weeks, and she's been incredible. Thank you very much, Pam. And a couple of others who have been really outstanding. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Thank you very much. And I think I see Scott there. This is somebody that's done incredibly well at the Treasury. Nobody's going to outfox Scott, right? Nobody. And he's waiting for Liberation Day, right? Which is April 2nd. We wanted to do it April 1st, but that has some negative connotation. And I see Sebastian Gorka there. Thank you, Sebastian, very much. That's very good. Kevin, thank you very much. We have great people. Susie Wiles, the most powerful woman in the world. She's just rated the most powerful woman in the world. And if you think about it, I guess it's true when you think about it. Anyway, thank you, Susie. And Director Cash Patel. Where's Cash? Cash is fantastic. Thank you, Cash. So Alina is a proud New Jersey native. She was born and raised in Summit and now lives in Bernardsville with her family, beautiful area of our country. After a career leading a successful law practice in the state, very successful, Alina joined my legal team several years ago and helped spearhead the effort to defeat the corrupt and grotesque weaponization of our justice system, and she was very effective at doing it. And I want to thank you for doing it. You took a lot of abuse, and now they're all sort of apologizing, so we appreciate it. Great job you did. Thank you very much. And thank you, Greg, for allowing her to do it. because your life wasn't made any easier, was it? Huh? They even came after him. They didn't come after the kids. They would have waited about a year or two. You're very lucky. But through her work, Alina became a nationally recognized warrior for the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. She also serves as a key member of my successful 2024 campaign for president. You saw her doing a lot of explaining and doing it very well. And upon my inauguration, she joined the White House as senior staff. She was a senior staff member as the counselor to the president, and she counseled me very well. Alina has been named to the Super Lawyers Rising Stars list every year since 2014, and also earned a spot on the top 100 lawyers in America numerous times. As a young person, it's very unusual to have achieved that. As U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina will work tirelessly to weed out crime and corruption and restore law and order to the Garden State, as we call it. It's the Garden State. It's a great place. I think it's highly underrated. It's a great place to be and to live, and we all love it. Under the last administration, violent crime in New Jersey, however, rose more than 60%. And under the last administration, violent crime throughout the country rose at levels that are higher than that and unacceptable. And we're bringing it down, and we're getting rid of a lot of bad people. They're being taken out. And we hope this court system that's become so active all of a sudden in trying to protect some very, very bad people of crime, they have to stop. They have to let us do the job. We were elected to do the job. They shouldn't be interfering in that. It's a very sad thing that's going on. Nobody can even believe it. They'd rather have them stay in our country. These are murderers in many cases and people about as bad as we've ever seen. And they have to let us do the job. They have to let Cash and Pam and everybody else do their job. Alina will take on the violence and the law-breaking in Newark, however, and Camden and all parts of New Jersey, and she'll be as good as it gets because there's a lot of bad things happening there, too. She'll stop the graft and corruption in Trenton, and she'll persecute human traffickers, gang members, illegal aliens, and criminal cartels to the fullest extent of the law. And between Pam and Alina, you don't want them after you, I can tell you. I watched Pam 2 days ago talking about what was so unfair to a patriot, what was happening, and she said, "We're watching you, we're looking for you, and you're not going to get away with it." And I said, I wouldn't want to have her after me. You know very well. I think a lot of that stuff has stopped. They watched it, they said, who needs this, right, Pam? So thank you very much. Really amazing job that you're doing. So, Alina, I want to congratulate you now. I will ask Pam, our Attorney General, to come up and do the honors of swearing in. And this is a great day for law enforcement in our country. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear
I, Alina Habba, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, U.S. Attorney Habba.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you, Pam Bondi. Thank you, more importantly, to every person in this room. There are so many people that I won't even try to start naming them. I would not be standing here today if it was not for the man to my right. If, as a person who's a first-generation American with parents that came in legally, I would like to say that I do not ever, ever take for granted that every dream that I ever could have imagined, I have surpassed because of this administration, because of President Trump. 4 years ago, he entrusted faith in me as his personal attorney, and I've been on the journey of a lifetime every single day for that. But I've also been with him through some very dark days when I lost faith in our justice system, when I saw things that I never ever thought I would ever see. And from being outside the courtroom steps, defending him and defending our great nation, I saw the most resilience I've ever seen in my life. This man kept fighting for America, and I'm just so honored that now I get to fight for the state of New Jersey. I will do a good job, sir. I will clean it up. We're going to make New Jersey great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, Canada's Prime Minister says that they will be implementing retaliatory tariffs. You said if that were to happen, that you would be responding with large-scale tariffs. Will you be following through with that promise?
Well, absolutely, but we had a very good conversation. Mark called me today at 10 o'clock. We put out a statement. We had a very, very good talk. He's going through an election now, and we'll see what happens, but we have Liberation Day, as you know, on April 2nd, and I'm not referring to Canada, but many countries have taken advantage of us, the likes of which nobody even thought was possible for many, many decades, and that has to stop. We're going to end up with a very good relationship with Canada and a lot of the other countries. Some we probably won't. It won't be so pleasant, but I think most countries are agreeing with me. They actually, many of them have actually apologized. They said, look, we have taken advantage. And I don't blame them as much as I blame the people that stood, in this case I can say the men, because so far they've been all men, haven't they? But the men that sat right there behind the Resolute desk, mostly the Resolute desk, I don't know if you know, you have a choice of 7 desks. The Resolute is the one I like, but some chose other ones, but they sat right behind a desk right in this location, and they let our country be hurt very badly, but I didn't do that. But we had a very good talk, the Prime Minister and myself, and I think things are going to work out very well between Canada and the United States. Yeah.
So it's,
Mr. President, how is the talks with India on tariff going on, and what is the expectations from India? How much do you want them to
Well, as you know, Prime Minister Modi was here just recently, and we've always been very good friends. India is one of the highest tariffing nations in the world. You know that. I know. Thank you for shaking your head, but it's brutal. It's brutal. They're very smart, and he's a very smart man and a great friend of mine, actually. And we had very good talks. I think it's going to work out very well between India and our country.
Mr. President,
You have a great Prime Minister.
Mr. President, there's been a very serious earthquake in Burma or Myanmar today, with up to several hundred killed. The military regime there has asked for help from anybody.
Yeah, we're going to be helping. We've already alerted the people. Yeah, it's terrible what's happened. It's a real bad one, and we will be helping. We've already spoken with the country. Okay.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, yesterday you asked Representative Stefanik to stay in her seat. Can you explain your reason for that? Did it have anything to do with the tight polling in the Florida district that former Representative Waltz held? Is that,
well, I think
is that a factor?
I think we had, as you know, we have a few elections going on, and she is phenomenal, number one. She is a friend of mine, and she was going to go to the United Nations, and I said, look, there's a lot of room for doing that or something else, but she's very popular in her district, and I didn't want to take a chance. I don't even know who else is running. I assume somebody else would have been running, but if she runs, she can't be, you never want to say can't be beaten, but I think can't be beaten. She's very, very well-liked and very smart. And I said, Lise, would you do me a favor? We cannot take a chance. We have a slim margin. We don't want to take any chances. We don't want to experiment. And she polls like I do. I won her district, as you know, by a lot of points. And she also does very well there. When it comes to Florida, you have 2 races, and they seem to be good. It's a Trump plus 32 area. The one thing is they're spending like $12 million, and our candidate doesn't have that kind of money, spending much less than that, like maybe 1/12, about $1 million, a little bit more than $1 million. So the airwaves are blanketed, and you never know what happens in a case like that. I won it by 32 points. And it's very, very strong. It used to be Democrat, but When I came along, they liked me for whatever reason. You'll have to explain that, but they liked me, and we're way up. But you don't know what happens, and then you have the second district, who seems to be in pretty good shape, but likewise, he's being outspent about 5-1. So we don't want to take any chances. So I went to Elise and I said, Elise, do you mind? Very highly rated person, you know, she was a real leader, and she will be again. I spoke with Mike Johnson. They're going to put her in a high leadership position, but will you mind staying in Congress? Because we don't want to take any chances. And it's as simple as that. It's basic politics. It's politics 101. She's very popular. She's going to win. And somebody else will probably win too, because we did very well there. I did very well there, but the word probably is no good. So I really appreciate her doing it. She's doing me a big favor when she does it, because she was all set to go to the United Nations, and she would have dealt with Putin and Zelensky and everybody else, and she would have been very effective. But we really want to we don't want to take any chances, because it is tight.
Mr. President, should Americans
Thank you, sir. You and your team apprehended a top 3 leader in the violent gang MS-13 yesterday, just 30 minutes outside of Washington, D.C. What has made you and your team so effective in finding, locating, apprehending, and deporting these violent, illegal migrants?
I love this guy. I wish more people would ask questions like that. Thank you. That's very nice. I appreciate it. And they happen. All you're doing is being fair with you when you ask a question in that way. Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all of the rest of law enforcement, and I think we have to include ICE and Border Patrol, you know, Paul of Border Patrol, the whole group from Border Patrol. They're so incredible, and it's, you know, dangerous stuff, hard stuff, and it's really an unforced error, because these people were allowed into this country, and they shouldn't have been in this country. They would have never been in this country. We're getting rid of some of the worst criminals in the world. They came out of jails and mental institutions from all over the world. But Pam and the whole group, and Kash, who's here, and it's so good to have him. I see him all over. He's working 24 hours a day, but the job they've done is incredible. And they caught one of the worst criminals in the world, I guess, in terms of evilness. You don't get any worse than the MS-13 guys and the Tren-de-Aragua guys. It's you could flip a coin. It's a rough group. And, you know, the big thing is they have to be able to do their job. I was watching it on television like you, and I saw the home that he lived in a good area, but boy, they had a lot of weaponry in there, right? Highly sophisticated, really brutal stuff. So I appreciate the question, and I just want to thank Kash and Pam and the whole group for doing a fantastic, and the local law enforcement has been so terrific, working with local law enforcement and even first responders. So I want to thank everybody, and thank you very much.
Mr. President, should Americans, Mr. President, should...
I want to say, first of all, happy Women's Month. You do so much for women by, first of all, keeping men out of women's sports, and you platform so many...
That was an easy one.
You platform so many great women, like your Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. You also have Caroline Levitt doing a great job as press secretary. Now Alina will be joining as well. Since Democrats seem to struggle answering this question, I wanted to ask you, what is a woman, and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me, because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women and very demeaning to women. And that's got to be about a 94%. I read today it was a 94% issue. And I watched the other day, a congressman, a well-known Democrat congressman, fighting for the fact that men should be allowed to compete essentially in women's sports. And I say, I hope they keep that going, because they'll never win another election. That's a big deal. But women are basically incredible people, do so much for our country, and we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women.
Mr. President, should Americans, Mr. President,
What was your reason for pardoning Trevor Milton?
Highly recommended by many people that was taken advantage of. He did a business deal like in Utah, as I have it, and I think he was exonerated, and then they brought him into New York. We had a rough road, and I mean, he was exonerated. It was a big celebration. Again, I don't know him, but they say it was very unfair, and they say the thing that he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president. He supported Trump. He liked Trump. I didn't know him, but he liked him. It was in Utah, and they went after him. They went after his family. They went after his businesses. And he was, I believe, exonerated, and then they went after him again, and they brought him this time into Manhattan, and he had nothing to do with Manhattan. And they got him, and I said, that's unfair. There are many people like that. They support Trump, and they went after him. You don't realize this is a vicious group of people that were in this office before us. This is a vicious group. They're violent. What they were doing to people, and you could go story after hundreds and even thousands of stories, and they went after this man. And when I heard about it, I said, nope, not going to happen. They destroyed 5 years of his life. He fought for 5 years of his life, and he did nothing wrong. And he's a good person, and basically I had these fantastic recommendations about him from people that you know very well, all top-of-the-line people. They thought it was a horrible thing. There are many such cases, by the way, many such cases.
Mr. President, should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid higher prices?
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you spoken with Vladimir Putin about buying weapons from Iran and from North Korea?
Not about specifically that, no, I haven't.
Well, that seems to be an issue that you want to make important is...
Well, I'm making all issues important. You got a lot of important issues. You also have the children issue that's important, you know. So a lot of children are living in Russia right now. That's a horrible situation that would have never taken place if I were president, but it did, and the country is being decimated. But, you know, they're losing 2,500 on average young men, mostly men, almost in all cases men actually, but young men every single week, 2,500, and they're not from our country, they're from Ukraine and they're from Russia, but it's human lives, and if we can get it stopped, and I think we're making progress, but there's a lot of ill will between the parties that I talk to.
Mr. President, should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid higher prices? And then just to follow
I
up.
don't think so. I think you're going to have a country that's going to boom. I just spoke to Tim Cook of Apple. He's investing $500 billion in the United States, which he would have never, he told me, I would never have done it if you lost the election, and I would have never done it if there wasn't a tariff system that is an incentive for people to come. And remember, there are no tariffs. All you have to do is do your work right here. If you have your company here, if you build your product, make your car, or whatever it is you're making, no tariffs. And we're going to have, I think, Scott, I would say we're close to $4 trillion, even going close to $5 trillion. Now, we haven't had that for years. If you add up years, they haven't invested like that. And here we are in 2 months. We think we're up to close to $5 trillion of investment. They're going to build car plants. They're already building. Many of them have already started.
But can you assure the American people that prices won't go up?
In the United States. And one thing that I just spoke with John Thune about, I just spoke to Mike Johnson about, Speaker. We're going to do something that has never been done in this country before. I'm very proud to say it was my idea. And so sometimes a simple idea, they say, how'd you think of that one? It's so simple, it was never done. If you buy a car in the United States that's made in the United States, if it's manufactured here, when you borrow money, if you borrow money, you have interest payments, we're going to let you deduct the interest payment for income tax reasons. And I think that's going to more than pay for itself. I think people are going to be, they've never had a deduction. You know, deductions are supposed to be for like rich people, and it's unfair to have that. But rich people are, I think I know more about deductions than any human being on earth. You know, the truth is that people that are middle-income people that buy a car and actually have to borrow money, they're going to now get an interest deduction on their car if it's made in the United States. If it's made someplace else, that won't take place. But car companies, as you know, are already expanding and building new plants. They've already started, and I think you're going to see numbers. Howard, you're seeing it, and Scott, you're seeing it. You're going to see numbers the likes of which you've never seen before.
Mr. President, the vice president is in Greenland right now. Do you have plans to expand U.S. military presence in Greenland? Is that part of a plan
Well, we
to
get along
annex the
very well
island?
with Greenland. We get along very well with Denmark. We've always had a good relationship. Denmark does a lot of business in the United States. We don't do so much there, but they do a lot of business in the United States. And I think they want to see, I think everybody wants to see that work out. We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation. And we're not talking about peace for the United States. We're talking about world peace. We're talking about international security. And right now, you look at it, you have warships all over the place going through right along Greenland. We're not going to let that happen. We cannot let that happen. Or if it's going to happen, we have to be protective of our country.
Are you planning to expand
and more importantly, right now, it's really protection not only of our country, of the world. So Greenland is very important. In modern day weaponry makes Greenland 100 years ago, less so.
Would you
like to visit Greenland?
If you notice, also some of those, you could call them roadways, okay? They're water roadways, but some of those areas are opening up, and they're opening up icebreakers out there. They're opening them, and by just nature, they're opening up, and they're headed right into China, right into Russia, and we have no choice. The answer is he's there with his wonderful wife, Usha. They're there right now. They landed a couple of hours ago, and they will represent us well. But Greenland's very important for the peace of the world, not us, the peace of the entire world. And I think Denmark understands it. I think the European Union understands it. And if they don't, we're going to have to explain it.
Would you use military force?
Would you like to visit Greenland, Mr. Trump?
Would you?
Ukraine every day. Iranian drones are attacking and killing Ukrainians every day. Why aren't you doing something about that?
Well, you're going to see what happens with that. I'm getting reports on that, and we're looking at a report. You're right. They make a lot of drones. Iran makes a lot of drones. They make very effective drones, too. They do very effectively at some things, but Iran is very high on my list of things to watch. And as you probably know, I sent them a letter just recently, and I said, you're going to have to make a decision one way or the other. And we're going to either have to talk and talk it out, or very bad things are going to happen to Iran, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. My big preference, and I don't say this through strength or weakness, my big preference is we work it out with Iran. But if we don't work it out, bad things are going to happen to Iran. Okay.
Would you use military force to take Greenland?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Let's go, guys. Thank you.
see. Really good? Yeah. Yeah, it was sunny when I was inside. Okay. Now it's shitty when I'm out. Hey, can you hold the mic?
Nice shooting, Edward. Look at that. To the end? To the end. Till he lands in Florida.
All right.
I'll grab that. Got it?
Yeah, where are they? You know Edward? So cute.
That and Mikey's truck. The snow. After this, yeah, popping off that door. Oh, is that what you're going to do it? Sorry. Look at that pile of sand over there, just blowing right at us. close shot of you, 30th of 100. And then I first, like butter. Yeah, but then I realized the butter has a little shake, so I put it in 60, and it worked. It worked. Yeah. Well, I want that blurry background. I still want something longer, like 3. But the problem is that the plane also has vibrating, so yeah, that's not cool. It's my body. It's a little CPM though. Yeah. Yeah. Just those, yeah, it's a little blurry. But, yeah. But any discover anything new, you can do. Yeah. So if I go 30, it's gonna be tough. But it still has some little. Yeah. What's nice is you got this reflection on it from the moisture. Right. Yeah. That really. It was actually raining. Yeah. It was tough to show that we were out of time. Oh, you want to talk about it? Is anybody up there now? Maybe no, because there's a so you do that during the country because we're not allowed to do it. They were up in the second level parking, and it was raining, so I don't have a raincoat. I was sick because of the roof. Right. So I went to the house and it was perfect. But they treated us on. They want to get wet. They want to drink it. Yeah. Well, I tell them, I have been home sick. The reflection on the garment. Right. It was really raining. At nighttime, it's hard to see the water. I was looking at the cruise shore. They left. Okay, they left. And they just arrived. And I was thinking, where are they? Those are over there. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's very good. And at the time, that's a look to the south. Yeah. I was sitting there, the pipe is there. It's was there, it's working on step fiber. The only reason I found it is because Fox was there earlier, and they already had their camera set up. I said, oh, but here they have it. It was hard to see. there. He was talking, and his father was talking, and what do you call it? Brought the chef into the boy. Probably with that Land Cruiser sounds like you got. If anybody could do it, he could do it. long-haul flight, and I don't think it is. You can see him moving. Look how he's moving. He's not moving. Chopper's up. Close, chopper's up. God, that is amazing. Any sort of ETA?
Aquí, por favor.
Gracias.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just hearing the president.
Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Gracias.
Thank you, press. Aquí, por favor. Gracias.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just hearing the president.
Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Gracias.
Thank you, press. Aquí, por favor. Gracias.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just hearing the president.
Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Gracias.
Thank you, press. Aquí, por favor. Gracias.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just hearing the president.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Gracias.
Thank you, press.
All right. Can you see? Are you okay? She's shaking hands with the president. She's at a rectangle table.
Aquí, por favor. Gracias.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just hearing the president.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Gracias.
Thank you, press.
Can you see? Are you okay? She's shaking hands with the president. She's at a rectangle table.
Aquí, por favor. Gracias.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just hearing the president.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Gracias.
Thank you, press.
All right. Can you see? Are you okay? She's shaking hands with the president.
We will get rid of the Human Rights Act, upon which British lefty judges depend. We will, to be clear, and by the way, if you read different on X over the last few weeks, sponsored by Indian bots, I suggest you ignore it. I will reiterate, nobody that comes into our country on the back of a lorry or via a boat will ever be given refugee status, will ever be given leave to remain. Nobody. Nobody. It is unfair, it is wrong, it is also deeply unfair to those who have come here legally, and that's worth thinking about. And let me tell you, everyone that comes illegally will be deported, full stop, end of story. And the same goes for foreign criminals. I'm sick to death of Article 8 of the Human Rights Act being allowed for people to stay here who've committed heinous crimes because they have a right to a family life. They've no right to a family life in our country. If they come here illegally and they committed crime, they have no right at all. None. Zero. Has increased by 10 million people. We will end mass unskilled migration into our country, stabilise the population, and we will do that. We will do that. And of course the truth is we now learn that all the arguments, well, Nigel, say what you want, but people coming in all work, they all pay tax, they all contribute. Well, try this for size. Of the last 3 million that were allowed in by the Conservatives, legally allowed in by the Conservatives under Boris and others, of the last 3 million that came in from outside Europe into Britain, only 22% are working, and we are paying for the rest, and we've had enough of it. It's making us poorer, it is unfair, and it will end. It will end. And we will cut taxes. We will cut taxes, especially nobody that earns less than £20,000 a year should pay any income tax whatsoever. Nobody. We are on the side of the worker. We're on the side of working people. We want to incentivise those on benefits to get off benefits and go back to work and not have this nonsense. And if you work for more than 16 hours, you lose your benefits. No, £20,000 is the right place to start paying tax, not before. Let's make work pay. Let's be on the side of working people. Let's do it. And we will recognise that there are millions of people of above pensionable age in our country, many of whom have worked for this country, served this country in the armed forces or elsewhere, who, because they've got a small private pension pot, despite the fact it raises very little for the Treasury, have cruelly had their winter fuel allowance taken away. A reform government will give them back their winter fuel allowance. Inheritance tax is frankly wrong at every level. It's wrong at every level. You've paid tax during your lifetime, and now when you die, they want to tax your family and tax you again. It's wrong. And I have to say, the assault that is going on against our farmers and our rural communities is offensive in every way. It is disgusting. It is disgraceful. And we will abolish inheritance tax once and for all. And one more thing that you may need to think about a little bit more. It was announced today, thank you very much at the back, it's very charming of you. Is that the best you can do? I had some proper protesters the other day in Doncaster. I enjoyed that more than they did. This morning the news was that Lakshmi Mittal, the 7th richest person living in Britain, is leaving. He's leaving. Jeremy Hunt, as Chancellor, Rishi Sunak before him, decided that what we had to do was to make sure that the highest earners, although who had so-called non-dom deals, would be taxed in a different way. Now, actually, you ask a focus group, should people who earn millions of pounds a year pay more tax? People say yes, but, here's the problem. 10,000 millionaires left last year. And almost unbelievably, UBS Bank this morning estimates that 500,000 wealthy people, British people, will leave the UK before 2028. This is a disaster. This means our tax revenues will fall off a cliff. We cannot help those on benefits. We cannot help those on lower incomes. We cannot help those that need to access public services if we get rid of those that pay the most tax because they leave and go to Monaco, Dubai, America, or wherever else it is. We need to be grown up. We need to encourage people who've got money to come and live here and pay tax and subsidise our public services. Let's think about this. Let's use our brains. Of course, the media will say, how will you pay for this? Well, I tell you what, we need some pretty big cuts in the administrative state in this country, which has grown out of all proportion. Another 100,000 civil servants in the last few years, and they work from home 2 or 3 days a week. Well, I tell you what, with us, there'll be no more work from home. No more come to the office or you're fired. You're gone. And we want to stand up for those 5.5 million men and women running their own small businesses. We want to teach kids in school that hard work is necessary and important. And frankly, folks, what we need in this country
Congress were expressed in the statute. Some of my colleagues hate the word, what was Congress's purpose, because they think the purpose is reflected in the words. So do I, but in a very different way than they do. I see how they structured the provisions. What were the protections they were giving? What were the protections they were withholding? What were the remedies that they were crafting for this problem that they were looking at? And how does what I'm asking to interpret fit in with that general context, with that general sense of purpose? So it's not a purpose of, you know, what motivated an individual congressman, but what is the structure of solution that this statute created? And how does this interpretation fit into that? And so for me, my approach has always relied on a broader understanding that it's not mere words, and it's not mere history sort of locked in time or at a moment, because history is always evolving. And the words of our Constitution are written in very general terms. And so the idea that we would think that we were frozen or into a period in time seems alien to what I think the purpose of the Constitution is. Because if they had meant to say, don't torture someone this way, they would have just listed the ways that were in effect then that they didn't like. But that's not what they said. They said don't impose certain kinds of punishment without defining what they were. So to me that meant there were things that they imagined we could imagine that would be unacceptable. As you know, my colleague Justice Scalia, who fancied himself an originalist, said that he was an originalist, but he understood how we might not let someone today be burned to death. But burning to death was permitted at the founding. So he thought he was being inconsistent. Now, I don't give him credit because near his death he said, now I'm an originalist, I'd even let them burn them to death now. But I thought he went too far. I think his first reaction was the right one. But my point is that for me, that's how I go about interpreting things. I am looking at history more broadly, and I am paying much more attention to precedent and the history of precedent.
So one of the questions, Supreme Court has overturned a lot of major decisions in recent years. Do you think precedent should ever be overcome? Would you ever overrule
All of
precedent?
us agree it has to be. Brown versus Board of Education was undoing precedent, and I think few people think that it shouldn't have been. There has been some scholarship suggesting that Brown should never have been done, all right? I'm not going there, okay? I'm just not going there. If we're at that point in the conversation, then we've lost the conversation, because there have to be things that we overturn. Generally, much precedent, our Dobbs case does a good job in the dissent of laying out the history of when most precedents are undone. Lots and lots of precedents are done because history has shown that the economic presumptions of that precedent have been proven wrong, or the societal presumptions of that precedent have been proven to be erroneous, okay? And so it becomes easier when you do that, when you can point to say, we did this for this reason, but we see today that that's not the way the world works at all. And so this doesn't make any sense to have this rule now. We've never had, except for Dobbs, another precedent where we've taken away a constitutional right that we've granted before. As you know, I think we did that wrongly. I voted in the dissent there. I continue to believe we did that wrongly. I think we should be not just merely cautious, but I don't see a situation in which we should take away a right that we have given and that people have relied upon in organizing their existence as citizens in this country. So for me, those should not be overturned. But Bill, saying never, no one's ever said never. The stare decisis factors always have recognized that, and have recognized that there's a series of steps you have to think about in terms of when to do it, but most important, to do it cautiously. People believe in the stability of law. That's one of the comforts that they get from law, is that it's stable, that they can organize their affairs based on their beliefs in what law gives them, the protections that law gives them. Every time we upset precedent, we upset that expectation, and we make society uneasy. And if you're going to do that, you should have a darn good reason for doing it. And one that really the majority of people are going to agree with. Maybe not at the moment, but long term. Brown was one where most of the society didn't agree, but it only took about 20 years for the society to change its mind, and it changed its mind almost absolutely. Meaning, I think most Americans believe in the equality of all people, regardless of their race.
So this has really been, it's been just such a privilege to talk to you about these great issues. I think we have time for one more question.
Okay. I'm sorry I talked so much.
Yeah, really, to have begun this series with you and to have ended this with you is just, it's one of the great privileges of my life, so this is fabulous. So the final question is, what do you want to be remembered for, and what legacy do you hope to leave as a Supreme Court Justice?
That I cared deeply about the law and the people it affects. If I can be remembered for that, then I think that I've done my job as a justice. If I can make people passionate about the rule of law, about your obligation to sustain it and become involved, then I've done what I've wanted to do. I've told kids, I have no idea whether any of my opinions will be remembered in 100 years. You know, when you think about great Supreme Court decisions, there's maybe about 20 or 30 of them that, if people don't know the names of them, they know the principles that they establish. But even that, most people don't know. Okay? They may know Marbury versus Madison, the judicial review. They probably don't know the case, but they know that the court says when something's constitutional or not, so they know that. Most people, I think, know about segregation and Brown versus Board of Education ending it. And there are some other great opinions that people know about. But you're never guaranteed you can write one of those. We don't control the issues that we get to write about. They come to us. And whether they will be timeless is not something that we can write for. We don't write for the times. We write for the moment and to resolve the case. And so I can't ever say that I want to leave a legacy of a particular opinion, but I do want to leave a legacy about caring about law and the rule of law and about its impact on people. And never forgetting that law is about our relationships with one another. And when I say ours, it's also personal. We have family law, right? We have family law that tells family members how they must relate to one another and resolves their disputes with them. among them. But we have laws of all kinds that govern virtually every relationship. We have laws about how the government relates to you, how it relates to itself. We have laws about employment in every field and how those relate to that relationship between employee and employer. We have laws about the relationship of state and church. We have laws about every human relationship. So those who judge should be sensitive about how our rulings affect people, because that is what we are doing. Putting it in a colloquial term, we're messing with your lives. Mm-hmm. And we should care about how we do that. And we should be cautious and careful and independent and thoughtful about what we're doing. And ending with what I started, Bill. We need to be just in the legal sense of being motivated by the norms and values of our Constitution.
Well, what an inspiring speech, what an inspiring hour with you. Yes, please.
Thank you. That went so fast.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. If you hold this while we take that.
All right. Yes, I also want a picture.
All right, we can do. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, yes.
All
Thank
right.
you very much. Okay. All right.
All right.
Very good.
If you sit a minute, I'm going to do something. I'm going to go in each section and plant myself in the middle and let the photographer take a picture.
Oh.
All right? Thank you. I don't want to.
So after your picture's taken, there's going to be a reception in Sport and Fitness. So we look forward to seeing you there. But first, the picture.
All right.
Oh, that's thank you.
going to happen under this president or under this Congress. Unfortunately, there is no discussion for bipartisans right now. So Social Security cannot be discussed. It has to have 60 people in the Senate to agree to that. It's going to go insolvent in 2033, so next president will have to have this discussion. What are we going to do? You know, and it will have to be bipartisan agreement what to do about it, because we need to make sure that we deliver to seniors their promised benefits and what we're going to do in the future. So we'll have to, if we don't do nothing, there are going to be automatic cuts across the board, and we try to avoid that. I 100% agree. That's why we need to make sure that people that pay these benefits are going to get them, right? But that is not going to happen this Congress. It's not going to happen this president. So this is an issue that you will have a chance in next presidential debate. You know, it's going to be in 4 years. Decide who you like or who you don't like. You know, right now, as I said to you, President Trump is not tackling this issue. You know, and Democrats are not tackling this issue. Well, this is the reality. This is the reality. So Social Security is not a discussion. So you have nothing to worry. But I hope we can have a productive discussion in 4 years. Now, let's talk about healthcare, Medicare and Medicaid. It was very interesting for me that a few years ago, you know, a lot of Democrats, and still now, were talking how much Medicare fraud is and Medicare Advantage we had, and how much big monopolies over billing. It was a bipartisan issue. It was interesting for me that actually Vice President Biden, I will show, actually, if you look at the post, yes, and we'll do that, and we'll do that. If you just, listen, I actually a fax person, so not just show the receipt, I am going to actually have a proposal. So what are things that happen? But what I want to explain to you, you know, a lot of this issue used to be not partisan. Actually, Vice President Biden was calling some of the Ponzi schemes. We actually saw that recent Indianapolis, the article was talking about misappropriations of billions of dollars from nursing homes. Do you think it's right? Do you think Indianapolis Times conservative newspaper to write it? I don't know. I don't think they ever write anything nice about me. So I doubt they're conservative, you know, and they just had a big article. They're actually money that should go to nursing homes and seniors that would die during pandemic was misappropriated by large hospitals. So do you think it's the right thing to do? Well, so I'm just, well, if you want to listen to me, we'll listen. But if you were just really here was already predetermined idea, I'm good at facts. Well, I'm listening to you, and that's not the question. I agree with you. So so we can talk about what Doge is doing or doing, but let me tell you what Doge did. Do you think it's a bad thing or not? So if you're here, well, good. I obviously can tell that you don't like Doge here. But I'll tell you what they did. So they came to the department. Well, if you listen to me, if you don't listen to me, then you will know. If you just stand here to scream, we cannot be able to have a conversation, right? I want you to hear. You might not like what I have to say, but I thought you would like it. I thought you would like it. So I'm going to have, let me see that. Listen, you know, you need to hear what they really do, and if you want to hear that. So they came to the Department of Treasury, and they said, we want to make sure that there is a proper authorization of any funds that disperse. This is your money. You think we should be spending your money without authorization? No, truly. Do you believe you want your banking account money from your personal bank account sent without authorization by someone you don't know what for? Who many people want to do that? Raise your hand, please. How many of you want your personal bank account, somebody just disbursed money with no authorization? How many of you? No, raise your hands. How many of you? Is it not a common sense? What I'm just saying, is it not a common sense that when you disperse, this is your money. Treasure is your money. So
platform we want to see represented. I know, but I'm a professor and a mother, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to do that. We have plenty of questions that I hope we're able to get to, and we have several hard questions to ask of Representative Sparks, but we need to allow her to address us first before we can ask them.
Just 1 second, guys. I'm going to go over the rules.
No, it's okay. Listen, I'll just tell you, if we're going to screen the whole town hall, it's a waste of time. We don't have to do it, and I will not do it again because it's a waste of time for people who came to hear that. Because some people actually came to hear us. And we'll get a chance to speak. You know, so I'm listening, but not screaming. Because, I'll be honest with you, I wanted to have a conversation, but if we're going to scream and match, we don't have to do town halls. You know, because next time, you know, we are going to have...
Oh, that'd be awesome. Okay, let me go find
I'll update you on some issues. So anyway,
what information do you
so,
exactly?
so that's what Dodge is doing. Dodge is actually trying to figure out how the money is supposed to right causes. Okay. Oh, well, it's good, and you do it when you go vote, but you don't have to scream at me or on anyone else, okay? You know, so I'm good. I'm glad that we have people that really, you know, came here. Now I understand there is frustration, but I'll just be honest with you. If we, you know, I understand my role very well. That's why I have these town halls, because we want to have a conversation. But if people just come here because they want to scream, it's not productive for the people who want to do that, you know. So we'll have conversation, we'll try to answer questions. So, but that is what the most questions that are very heated right now, and this is the questions, you know, that I'm sure you have about me. So I want to make sure that you understand, and I'll get Laura handle the rest. I wanted to give her a little time to look through all of your questions, you know. But I just want you to understand that we are going to make sure that we protect Social Security, Medicare for senior, and Medicaid is working for the most vulnerable, not go to large special interest groups in D.C. And unfortunately, this issue was so bipartisan before, and President Obama tried to tackle, President Biden tried to tackle, and they didn't. But unfortunately, since President Trump is tackling fraud and abuse, it's become a partisan issue. But it is what it is. What we're gonna do, and listen, I thought we have a public, you know, the conversation, and we have a respectful conversation, so we cannot do that, you know, if you guys scream it. But, you know, but I think, guys, we're going to, right now, go to your questions. I'll have Laura go to that, okay?
Okay, so we received a great variety of questions that we're hoping to go through as many as we can. We've been organizing them based on topics. And I do want to start with the question that was posed to us by Karen and Fishers. Your number 155, and it's a question regarding benefits upon retirement. The way we'll do this is I will offer up, if you want to ask your question to Congresswoman Sparks directly, you're able to. If you would prefer that I do that, I'm happy to do that on your behalf. But could I see Karen from Fishers, number 155? And you can bring your additional questions up here, certainly. We would love to see all of them.
We'll get microphone if you want to answer the question. Karen? Can you get the microphone to Karen, or would you want us to answer the question? So you want, who has a microphone? Do you have who has a mic? Do you know who has a mic? Okay. Can we make sure, Jessica, can you get the mic to Karen, please? Right. Yeah, make sure that we have a person on this on the other side. Right there. Karen is right there. Jessica, right there. Can you please make sure you do that? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for coming here. I actually have a letter from 1984 when I was in high school. I had to write a letter to the president, who was Reagan at the time, and I asked him about Social Security and if we were going to have it when I was retiring. He had one of his staff members send me something back, and I would just like to read to you what he said at that time, a Republican. He said, when signed into the Social Security Amendment in 1983, President Reagan noted that the new law demonstrates for all time our nation's ironclad commitment to Social Security. It assures the elderly that America will always keep the promises made in troubled times a half-century ago. It assures those still working that they too have a pact with the future. From this day forward, they have our pledge that they will get their fair share of benefits when they retire. I would like to know how you will ensure that all Americans now and in the future will receive their benefits when they retire, and also respectfully ask that you stop the limits of Social Security. For example, Elon Musk, a couple minutes past midnight on January 1st, he's done paying for the entire year. Ridiculous.
So, please, you don't need to scream at me, okay? Let me answer the question. So, the numbers, as you know, are working. We have a lot of people, baby boomers are retiring, right? Less than people in workforce. So the numbers start working very negatively for us. So it will have to be a discussion. Everything should be on the table. We'll have to figure out how we make sure that people get their benefits. But as I said before, there is no desire for bipartisanship. We tried to do bipartisan commissions. Last Congress, bicameral bipartisan, in the Senate and the House. We actually had to introduce bills. I co-led it. I have several senators, Democrats and Republicans, co-led in the Senate. No one wanted to do it. So until we have, discussion with American people during presidential election, that discussion will happen. What do we need to do? But I can tell you, everything will be on the table because we have to resolve the situation and make sure we keep promises to the people. But there is no bipartisanship of this issue. We cannot even put fiscal commission anymore on even people agreeing to do it because everything became so partisan this Congress and no one wants to work with President Trump on the other side. So that's why it's going to be a problem. So I'm just telling you, this issue will come in the next election. It's going to be a big issue. But this issue is not going to be resolved now because Democrats do not want to work on bipartisan basis. But as a matter of fact, what Elon is trying to do, he wants to make sure that people who are abusing the system and get Social Security incorrectly, that they're not doing it so we can save this progress. That's all he's trying to do. So hopefully I answered your question. And I'd be happy to go more in details on numbers, but I completely agree. President Reagan said it right. We have to keep promises. We cannot put rug under people's feet. We must keep the promises to what we promised to the people. That is a responsibility for us. We need to make sure that we balance the system, and that is going to be a discussion that must happen and hasn't happened. President Reagan said, well, Congress 30 years to deal with that. Well, guess what? Congress 30 years past, Congress hasn't dealt with it. But Congress will have to wake up. I am. And listen, and I fought so much with my own party last year to put that commission on the floor that you don't even know how much. But unfortunately, Chuck Schumer and Biden didn't want to do it and killed it. That's reality.
Among the topics we received several questions on included the recent Signal scandal, and we received a lot of great questions on this, but I'm going to ask Stephanie from Carmel, number 120. She asked a great question on Signal. Would you like to ask it of the Congresswoman, or would you like me to ask it? We'll get a microphone to her.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm from Carmel, and I just wanted to see what your plan is to address the issue with the administration talking about classified military operations on Signal? And will you demand the immediate resignation of Pete Hegseth, would demand the immediate resignation of Pete Hegseth, Michael Waltz, and the rest of the group chat.
So let me just address, no, I will not demand their resignation. That's But I'll explain you something, you know, and actually you should post all of the resignations that will goes to the Senate anyway, so you should talk to your senators. Hopefully they'll have town halls, your both senators that you have. So you can attend them and talk to them a little bit more. But talking about that issue, one thing that I want to share with you, I think it is actually very bad, and there is some classified and usually classified information. We have a mechanism to share that and deal with that. But there is sensitive information that might be not classified. And one thing I have to tell you, the government needs to do a better job that we have tools for sensitive information where we can communicate with each other. So we don't have innocent mistake or just something happened by mistake. Because definitely it's not a good situation. So hopefully we'll take some, look at that and actually, because we don't even have as a members of Congress, a lot of Democrats, Republicans using Signal because we don't have any other tools. And I was very surprised when I became member of Congress that we don't. So we have tools when we go that are very deeply classified, but you don't always have to go and scan and be able to have this conversation. You don't even cannot do that. So I think with all of the technologies that happen in the real world, it's sad that government is so behind on every single technology. And actually that's what Elon is trying to do. He's trying to bring technology to the government.
Our next question is from Matt and Carmel. He's number 438. Matt and Carmel. If you would like to ask your question, 438, we can get a microphone to you. Over here.
Sure. Do we have Matt? Do we have Matt?
They're allowed to ask their question, though. We do want to give people the ability to do that. I hope you understand. I know and I understand that, too.
Do we have Matt?
All right, thank you. As a Ukrainian, or at least someone who was born and raised in Ukraine, would you actually support a NATO or international peacekeeping force as part of a peace agreement to end the war and also hopefully deter Russian aggression? I mean, for the foreseeable future, or at the very least, just offer Article 5 protection, like the Italian Prime Minister suggested. I want to say like a few weeks ago, or wait, maybe it was a few weeks ago, I believe. I mean, that's my question.
Thank you. I think, Russia has been allowed to get away with too much, and we have to deal with it. No doubt. Russia has been destabilizing a lot, and something happened, and this discussion's on the table. President Trump put everything on the table, and actually we need to make sure that how we can deter further. But as you know, the Soviet Union wasn't taken down by weapons. Soviet Union, which is Russia, a big part of it, was taken down by energy policies and financial policies. So Russia should have consequences on that. But if we don't have good energy policies and destroying our domestic energy, we're funding Russian wars. That's the reality of that situation. So we need to be smart. Europeans need to be smarter to deal with Russia, because Putin will go as far as he'll be allowed to go. And I think, thanks to a lot of things that happened, bravery of Ukrainian military, that what's happened with volunteers. I put a lot of volunteers from America around the world help with that war. Also the money and weapons that we send European, but unfortunately it was not done with a strategy to deter him further. So I think it's everything on the table. The Europeans are looking maybe to have some coalition and willing to send some peacekeeping forces there too, because we have to deal with Russia, how not to let them get away and go further. And they've been going through 14 or 2008 with Georgia. And they cause us problems not just there. They cause us problems in Africa. They, team up with China. They destabilize the Middle East and do it all over the world. We understand, that it is actually, the big problem. But we need to be smart, and we deal with countries which have, governments that are quite corrupt. We have to make sure that we have oversight. That's a reality. That is a reality. We need to make sure, because I demanded to have point-to-point logistics, strategy, and oversight of money. Because we cannot be spending $1 billion of cash when our country is going bankrupt. We have to be smarter. We don't have never ending money. We never have that. But we have to deal with Russia properly, and it will take strategy. But right now, we at least need to force them to the table, because the war is moving in the wrong direction. And we cannot further let it escalate. The situation in there is pretty tough. And I've been in the trenches and I've seen what's happening. So I'm not just talking from just, TV. I understand what's happening. It's a very difficult situation. We have to deal with Russia, and it's going to be very tough negotiation, and a lot of things will be on the table, but we'll have to figure out what to do with Russia in the longer run. And also on top of it, how we reform some of these agencies, that we don't have all or nothing approach. If you're a member of NATO, you have full protection. If you're not, anyone can take over, millions of people can die. All these institutions that were created after World War II are not working. UN is corrupt, and this is the reality, and we need to be smart with it. So that's something we have to do, but hopefully I answered the question.
Our next question is from Joanne from Westfield, 335, involving tariffs. If you're Joanne from Westfield, number 335.
Joanne, we have Joanne.
Where are you? I'm happy to read it for you if you prefer, but we do want to give you that opportunity. Joanne? Okay. Would you like to ask the question on her behalf? Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to ask on her behalf, or have Laura can do it too? It's up to you.
Right behind you, sir. Behind you.
No.
Hold that mic. Keep that mic. You're at the mic.
Jessica, we'll need to go faster. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming, Congresswoman. We appreciate it. And I hope that we can be somewhat more calm and collected and have a nice conversation, because that's the only way, that's the democratic way of working out problems. My question is, are tariffs an indirect tax on Americans who purchase goods in this country? And I'm sure as a CPA, you will steer us in the right direction.
So I'll tell you, there is a short-term use of tariffs and long-term use of tariffs. And what President Trump has the tools, what he's trying to do, and we agree, might disagree, and some of the things I might disagree in some ways, some I agree, but what he's trying to do, which some of the things I think it's a valid reason to say, if somebody's going to tariff us, and we should in return tariff them to make sure that this country stabilizes. He wants to make sure that we bring American job back to us, to back to manufacturing. We lost manufacturers, and a lot of these jobs, loss of jobs is significant burdens became for us, because a lot of people don't have these opportunities. So I think we need to make sure that we realign them. So President Trump is using tariffs right now, to try to be able to stabilize the situation. But I think,
I don't have a mic, so fair, but you do agree then that tariffs are in effect
not on domestic productions, if you do help your industry or not. It depends if you try to realign with that. Actually, President Biden kept a lot of President Trump's tariffs because it helped to realign us to have domestic production of this job. So if you use it smartly and for the purpose of end result, it actually brings growth to the economy and internal domestic economy. So it depends where they apply, how it apply, and for what reason. If you don't have some product in your country, never will have, and you're just going to be taxes for no reason, then it could be actually additional. But I think we should try to use it in a smart way and try to apply for industries and products where we can increase domestic production, where we can work with the other companies, not tariff our goods, because we don't allow our export for our farmers. A lot of these countries are blocking our. So in a lot of ways, and plus make sure that our allies also not really have distortion in the economy. So it depends on this, but they try to use it for right now for a reason to do realignment to the economy and not for a reason to actually to add cost because they want to reduce costs. And we have a lot of foreign countries that control supply chain, and during COVID, they increased significantly prices with no reason because they control 80 to 90% of supply chain like China. And when they do that, they can set a fleet. So then they do that, they add so much to the cost. People don't realize that a lot of them never put the prices down. So actually, that is the larger tax. The supply chain, this is a true tax when they're able to jack up the prices with no justification and control the markets, because we don't have diversification, so we need to diversify this dependency. As a CPA and an economist, I have several degrees in economy, I'll tell you. As a CPA and economist, it depends what it applied and for which reason. And what is the end result you're trying to achieve? Every policy, it depends what the end result you're trying to achieve. And I think as the long term across the board, it brings negative effects. But in the short-term solution to realign economy, it can actually bring very positive effects and also help with the price. Well, I answer your questions how it is, but we need to move another. I refer it again, as a CPA and economist with an MBA and MPA and Bachelor's in International Economics, I say it depends. It depends. Listen, I understand. As a long-term solution, it is not a sustainable solution, and no one is planning to do it. It is not going to be happening, but as a short-term mechanism to realign, it could be done.
Our next question is from Anne from Carmel, number 412. They're in here. Is there an Anne from Carmel, 412? Okay, excellent. We'll get a microphone to you. Oh, there's one for us.
Hi. Thank you for being here, Congresswoman Movement. Appreciate your time. I'm a family physician here locally, and I'm very concerned about the threatened cuts to the CDC. We've all just come through a very difficult pandemic that my colleagues and I have supported our community through. And I'm seeing cuts in vaccine programs that really frighten me because we are continually seeing viruses mutate, and we need to be prepared. So I feel that this is very short-sighted, especially given the recent experience that we've all just had.
Well, I think that's huge. There are a few things that we need, and I appreciate it's actually a very important job, and we need to ensure that we have more independent family physicians that have been acquired by hospitals that get highly subsidized more and more. They're talking about the cuts in the government employment. You know, we have over 3 million employees, you know, in the federal government. Actually, under President Clinton, I think he got almost 400,000 employees, and no one was screaming about that. But what we need, so we still will have at least more than 3 million left. What they're trying to see, how we make sure that we provide these services in a more effective way, and we make sure that people that work in these agencies actually do the work for the people. Because we do bureaucracy, where we try to do everything at the federal level, and we're good at nothing. And you saw how it's happened in the last pandemic. No one was ready to that pandemic. No one was ready. And the agencies, we had oversight hearings. Pandemic happened 4 years ago. They didn't change a bit. So something has to happen because things can happen and we need to be ready for next pandemic. But agencies has to become more accountable to the people. We need to do a better job with oversight of our budget, which is congressional fault. 85% of our money we never looked at. Congress haven't looked for decades. 85%. 85% of the money. Congress never looked. So we're not authorized spending, we haven't been looking. I eventually put a working group together and put in pressure on my own party, try to do some reforms that we start doing a better job to see which programs are good, fund them better, which programs are bad. That's what we need to do. We need to make sure that looking at that and make sure that our branches are held accountable and we have best and brightest that want to come to work to federal government. And it is unfortunately not the case anymore. So I think if you're ever interested, you work in healthcare, I have advisory group I always meet. I would appreciate your input because I'm personally involved in fixing a lot of distortion and problems in healthcare. And I hope we can have a bipartisan conversation on that. And if you read your information, interested to participate, I think if we have a smaller group, we can have more productive conversations on this issue. I'd be happy to hear you, and then please leave your information on that.
Our next question is from Keith from Westfield, number 142. Do we have? So Keith from Westfield, number 142. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is actually related to all of the immigrants that are being rounded up and deported. Are they entitled to due process, or are we? Or is the expectation that we're just supposed to take the word of the administration that these people need to be shipped out of the country without any opportunity to defend themselves?
Let me answer your question. So, listen, we're a country of immigrants. I came here as an immigrant. We still have my Yankee accent. But we need to make sure that we have, we have legal processes and law and order. We cannot open the borders. We cannot create a system where coming here legally takes decades. That is impossible. But coming illegally, you can come here and get a lot of welfare benefits. So we have to make sure that we get that border under control. I've been at that border many times. It's insanity. So if you come here, so a lot of these people, what President Trump did it last time, what he tried, if you seek asylum, wait in the other country, not getting here in the country. So there is no due process if you come here illegally because you violated the law. Period. You violated the law. You are not entitled to due process. We know what citizens are. And these people violated laws. It is violated laws, and that's why we need to make sure we take this under control. The border has to be secure because it is life of your children. It is life of you if you can't control the border. This police officer and our border patrol, brave people, risk their lives because we allow criminals to cross For the people that entitled to due process will have, but for the criminals and who are here breaking the law, we have to put stop to that. And we need to deter illegal activities because we have to obey the law. I don't think anyone listened to me, so but I think I stated my opinion. You might disagree with it, but we'll go to the next question.
Our next question is from Pam. Our next question is from Pam from Fishers, number 106. That's Pam from Fishers, number 106. Pam from Fishers, number 106. I'm sorry. He didn't like it when I gave my mic away last time. Sorry.
Okay. So my question is about the VA. My best friend, he served as a combat Marine over in Iraq, and he was there when they had the open burn pits, and he was supposed to have surgery on his sinuses, but that was canceled. He has PTSD. Those appointments were canceled. He's supposed to have appointments for his knee and back. Those appointments were canceled. When is he supposed to get the health care that he deserves for serving his country?
I completely agree with you. Everyone here who served the country is alive should get the best care when they're back home. So if you have a specific issues, I first address your issues and I said a little bit in general about VA. So if you have a specific issue, and we get involved a lot, I have a good team, If you have a specific issue, please reach out to my office. We'll have David here. We'll follow up his VA. I do not know circumstances what happened to your friend, but this is an issue we help. I personally get involved with something wrong. I meet with leadership. I go talk to them, and I truly believe if they don't treat veterans well, I get on them. I want to make sure it's happening. As related to healthcare services, we actually need probably offer more opportunities for veterans to get the best healthcare, not just only in VA. And that is a discussion we should have because not everyone can the best services at the VA level, and we should have more flexibility if VA cannot deliver some of the services because some VAs are great, some are not the best. They have in some areas they don't have proper staff to provide quality care. But in that specific situation, I want to make sure that you get a card from David, or you give us information, and we'll make sure that we'll reach out. Thank you.
My next question is for Laura from Tipton, 332.
I'm sponsor a bill on that issue. I actually can sponsor a bill on the issue. I think
we'll
we can
get a
pass
microphone to you.
Few issues. Not on my newsletter, so they can keep in touch with what I'm doing. Who we have next?
First, I would like to thank everybody who asked the questions before. Those were some really common sense questions, so thank you, everybody. And then, and thank you for coming, Representative Sparks.
I just see where you are.
I'm right here. I'm short.
Okay,
Yeah. So, given current events, what are you doing to rein in the executive branch and support the judges and the judicial branch?
You might know me well, might know I from even my state senate time that I actually willing to challenge even my own party when I on a lot of issues, and I work very extremely hard to make sure that our branch is doing its job, because the only way, and listen, I like what this president is doing, but I might not like what next president is doing. But the only way for the Congress to rein in an executive branch, start overseeing the spending and passing laws. We pass no laws. Supreme Court told us we pass no laws. 85% we never look at that. So I am trying to work. I forced my party to put a working group to reform our budget act from 70s that is not working. We're not doing that. We have no people spreadsheet together. That's the tough reality in Congress. So you want to make sure that your money is spent. So the only way to have oversight, regardless who's in charge, you know, I didn't like maybe what the previous president, I like this one, but I look at further. How can we make sure that Congress does its job? We the people who will have this. When we don't have voice and pass the laws, when we do not look at where money going, that you are not represented. And it has been for decades. For quarter of a century, Congress doesn't look where the money are going. Quarter of a century. It wasn't created by these programs or previous. So I'm trying to change it. I got into a big fight with my speaker. That's not easy to go challenge your own speaker. But I've tried to force working group, and I'm asking some Democrats for a change to maybe work with us. Behind their back, some of them do. I'll be honest with you, behind their back, we had some bipartisan issues on fiscal commission. I do not know, under this contract, like even today, that we can even have bipartisan. Unfortunately, either it's stress, either you guys listen to a lot of, you know, from other side, I don't know, but people don't want to get together. It's very difficult right now to find 80 bipartisans in Congress. So this is the reality what's happened. And without bipartisan agreement, it cannot be reformed. So I'll do my best, what I can. But this is the reality that has to be addressed. And sometimes we have to find common ground that we should not, regardless of what you feel, we should not be spending your money without proper oversight of Congress. We should not let these agencies worldwide and send check whoever they want for whatever causes. You know, this shouldn't be happening. It's never been a partisan issue before. Unfortunately, it became. So I'll do my part, and I'll try to make sure that my party at least will have a proposal how we're going to be reforming Congress, and maybe we'll get some Democrats. I'll try my best.
Our next question is from Carlos. Carlos, I don't know where you're from because you didn't answer on the form, but I do know that you're number 46. It's Carlos from number 46. Do we have a Carlos 46? I will ask your question for you. Okay, this is what Carlos R., number 46, asked. He said, what do you have to offer to the leftist and progressive Democrats? I want to feel represented by candidates, politicians on all sides of the political aisle. How are you looking out for those you vehemently disagree with?
It's actually, I'll tell you something interesting, that when I served in the judiciary, I had passed and actually worked on more bipartisan issue, and that was the most heated committee in the whole United States Congress. I actually had a bill with Representative Jayapal dealing with hospital monopolies and antitrust. I actually passed the bill with Representative Raskin commemorating Thomas Paine and Thomas Paine Society. I actually worked on my amendments to defund UN, but actually left degree and have oversight of some of the agricultural programs where Democrats vote with me. So I try to find, in a narrow basis, common ground when I can. Unfortunately, we became very far apart in a lot of issues, and no one wants to have a conversation. Everyone was scream and shout on the floor, the presentation, not to really find a resolution. Some of the issues we never agree on, and this is just reality. And then in elections, you decide who represents, and you vote for people that you agree on. But there are some issues for national security we should be able to agree on. We should be able to have a conversation. But it's unfortunate because a lot of politics right now in Iran, you know, but I still think, you know, we're going to be able to do some things, you know, after, you know, maybe reconciliation. I really try to find some, you know, people to be able to do that, you know. So I am actually working with all committees right now. I have a working group to deliver reconciliation and the laws because I'm going to, you know, reform Congress. You know, I'm a Joint Economic Task Force. I'm running that, you know, and I'll, you know, that you have. I think you have a simple answers, okay, guys? You know, so. But we're going to figure it out, some things, and we're going to work on fiscal issues. And even some of the issues, we might be able to find common ground.
The next question is from Nikona Kennedy Flat, number 52, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounced your name.
I'm making legislation. And you might not like it, but I'm going to pass some good legislation. I surround the people. I do not. Yes. Well, listen. You will all be judged on results. So
my turn. Right here. Okay. So with Trump and Elon's Doge cuts to USAID, USDA, increased tariffs, Department of Education, what are you doing for the farmers in Indiana? Because Indiana is a farming state, and every one of those farmers lose money. And if you're not sure on that, you gave your credentials earlier, let me give mine. I grew up on a farm. I have an American FFA degree. I'm a master's level therapist as well as a PhD. So when I'm asking this question, I don't want to know for me. I don't want to know for my family. I want to know for the farms in Indiana, what are you doing to make sure that those products and those goods that they sell to other countries through USAID, through USDA, and through our Department of Education, what are we going to do? Because those are gone. They lost that revenue.
So, I appreciate the question because it's very important. I'm not just, and I'm a farmer myself. I have a farming operation. I drive combine. I have a farm, thousands of acres that I farm. So I can tell you from first-hand knowledge, I actually write the checks for the chemicals. I actually wrote today a large check. The price is increasing for the grain prices, for all of the seed prices, for all of the regulation, expensive combines, and oil and gas that we have to pay. So I'm not just talking hypothetical. I'm actually in this business. My family, have been farming over thousands of acres in this area for years now, for generations. My husband grew up on a farm in Noblesville. And then his family and his oldest farming in Minnesota and Noblesville. So I'm not just talking that I do not know about this issue, but I'll tell you what to do with farming. And we're going to have a farm bill. And I want to work on this issue because smaller farmers are going to be destroyed if we do not continue dealing with input costs. If we have large oligopolies like John Deere creating rules that now we're overpaying for equipment that we cannot afford, we have to have rights to repair where farmers are not getting screwed by large companies and producing them. We need to make sure that we reduce regulation and some emissions, at least for farm equipment. We need to make sure that we have, they're not doing it because Congress doesn't want to turn conversation, but we'll have a reauthorization of the farm bill. We need to make sure that some of these programs, like checkoff programs, that actually used by large meat processing monopolies to subsidize their political interest in DC, which actually when I put it on the floor, it was a bipartisan issue. AOC voted for it. But we will try to make sure. We actually didn't have any PPE loans, because I don't have one. But I'll tell you something. It's very important that we have farmers surviving and small family farms survive. And we need to start looking at input costs. The only place we can have that discussion is the Farm Bill, because it's a must-pass legislation. So I actually just started the White House, our new Secretary of Agriculture, and I said I would like to sit down sometimes with you and have also discussion, because also Farm Bill is a health of our nation too. How we can have healthy food, so our children are healthy, and we have a better choice of food, and farmers not incentivized to produce unhealthy food in mass production. How we can have more choices for food. Farm Bill is also a health bill, and we have to count competition for value and have a better, more innovative agriculture. And it's not happening. So I hope we can have this conversation. We have new HHA secretary. You might not like him, but RFK wants to have this conversation. I understand. Okay. So when I said his name, he has not liking me now. We didn't even try to find some common ground on the farm bill. So we might get you a farm committee for me. So maybe we'll find common ground. At least one issue we can agree on. But we need to have this discussion because it's extremely important how we can do that. And so I actually do have, if any of you are interested in farming, including you, I have agricultural groups because I have a lot of advice advisory groups in different counties, and we meet periodically. It's important for me to hear all inputs. You know, I mean it. I actually get a lot of good ideas from people on the ground for a variety of things. I usually just meet with farmers, but interesting to look at people who may be not involved in farm, but familiar with farm, and have another perspective on how the farm business is, not just farmers, because if we look maybe a few things, you might have a broader perspective. I think we need to look at that, and Farm Bill is going to be an opportunity. After we're done with a few other things, later in the summer, in August, we have a recess. We'll have a lot of town halls, and I usually do a lot of things on farming, because Farm Bill will have to be reauthorized in September, October. And that's where the policy can happen. I'd be happy here for input. I would like to have you there. So we must not like each other to get to know me, but thank you. Thank you for the question.
Our next question is from Stacia from Muncie, number 329. And I apologize again if I mispronounce your name. Okay, we'll get a microphone right to you. Thank you.
Boys, I'm going to get some coffee.
Okay, I have friends and neighbors on disability. What is the plan to protect the disabled? They're taking away
This is one of the things, and that should be a bipartisan issue. I involved with a lot of people in the disability community, one of my friends, but one thing that we need to make sure, that Medicaid that provide a lot of services for people with disability can provide better services. That's what Medicaid was intended for, to help people with disability. A lot of services were cut, and a lot of money on Medicaid go to subsidize large oligopolies that don't provide services. So we need to have this discussion, because we need to make sure that we have, and plus provide more choice for parents and for people with disability, including for seniors too, that more nursing home, what kind of care the people need. That has to be reformed. States has almost full control of Medicaid, and they haven't been using it very good job with that. I think this session, they're trying to do it. When I was state senator, I tried to push this issue. They were not very good. So we're trying to look at the federal level, how we can incentivize or punish states for bad behaviors. And that is the discussion is going to be. We have to look, because federal government is funding these programs, but state has almost full discretion on Medicaid that provide a lot of service for people with disability. We need to make sure that we do better, and that's something, every time, we talk about how much money we spend. This is an enormous amount of federal money I spend, but I think you need to also utilize more your voice at the State House. It's much easier for you to show up. They're in the budget session, and I think some of these issues, we have to figure it out, So, and if you ever need to be helpful, happy to do it. Actually, we have Cecilia Copeland-Fishers. I don't know which city you're from. She's running, there are some other one. They have a task forces, the city work on disability initiatives with local government, and I try to collaborate with them as much as I can, because we need to make sure that we help the most vulnerable and the benefits we promise, but don't waste money on people that are abusing the system, because then we'll run out of money not to help the people that we need to help.
Our next question is from Bob from Fishers, number 59. If you are Bob from Fishers, number 59, awesome. We will get a microphone right to you.
My question is simple. Are you going to vote to increase the budget deficit?
No, I'm not. And I'm actually working very hard to make sure that we come after bad stuff in the budget, to make sure that we come after all of the fraud in the system, and able to pass taxes that will grow the economy. So this is something that is going to happen. This is going to happen in May. I personally put a working group together with all variety of committees, and I'm working legislation. You don't understand how rare it is to work on working legislation. And what I would love to do, before we introduce this legislation, I'll make sure you're going to see what is in these bills and understand what we're doing, because a lot of times we write very complex stuff. You have no idea what it is. So if you sign up, that's how the Congress does. That's a what we put omnibuses to make sure. I don't know what is in this bill. Not just you, Nancy Pelosi what we're doing, or we don't even know what we're doing. They put it last second on the floor and say, here's omnibus, vote for it, or we'll come in primary, you'll do this. So what I'm going to do, I want to make sure if you sign up to my newsletters, and if I don't lose my voice, I might do more town halls, but if we can have them conversations, I want to talk about these bills because I do not want, we have a significant fiscal crisis, and I want to make sure that we're not going to be raising deficit. So he says Republican parties want to put a bill. I don't know what the money. Yes. No, I said I will, and I didn't. You know, well, that's why I want to make sure. I actually we did not. No. We have a budget for this. No, we didn't. We don't even understand what the discussion. This is what we're doing. Right now, it's instructions that is going to have a resolution. And I'll be honest with you, the biggest problem is not the House, it's the Senate. The Senate doesn't want to do any offsets to anything because they're making lots of money. Big oligopolies campaigning very hard. And that is a challenge. So I am not, and that's why I am voting. I'm working right now to make sure that we can at least balance this reconciliation. So that is what I'm doing. So I can reassure you that I understand finances, I understand the significance of our fiscal situation, and I wish we could actually reduce our deficits, reduce deficits and debt, but at least we cannot add more to it. I understand because it will cause inflation, and it will cause more problems if we do that. So that is my answer. I'm not going to let it continue increases to our deficits. It's a national security issue. But I'm trying to find solutions to this issue, and hopefully you'll be open-minded.
Our next question is from Deanna from Carmel, number 234.
You have questions about tax cuts. Some of the tax cuts, just very popular to say a question about tax cuts, some of these tax cuts do bring growth, some of them don't, but President Trump wants to help people with lower income. So we need to figure out how we're going to use tax cuts. So that is what we need to do. So, but some of these tax cuts bring growth. There is a variety of tax cuts, and not all of them grow the economy. But he wants to make sure just smaller businesses have an opportunity for growth. So they're looking at the code. They're looking, Ways and Means Committee looking on the tax cuts. I am trying to figure out what to do with the spending so we come up the front and offset some of this stuff.
Okay, now we're going to go to Deanna, who's been waiting so patiently to ask her question. Thank you, Deanna.
Thank you for being here today. Before I begin, I, like a lot of you here, clearly disagree with some of the things she's saying, but I want to say that we are not going to be able to hear what she has to say if we continue to behave in this manner. This is ridiculous. You know what? We need to be civil, and we need to listen and hear both sides. I need to make that clear. I applaud her for the way she's handling this behavior. Okay, my question.
Quiet.
Okay, my question. This week, President Trump expressed his desire to end federal funding for NPR and PBS, which polling shows is opposed by a majority of Americans. Would you support or oppose this action?
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you that I will, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because unfortunately, first of all, I answered the questions, but I'll tell you why. I said yes, but I want to give you an explanation. I'll give an explanation. I think we live now in the world where really, unfortunately, we don't have transparency in the media. We live in the world that media is very cheap. But the government shouldn't be subsidizing media. If you like NPR, you know, and you can be listening on NPR, sell advertising on NPR, and then be very well funded. If somebody likes Fox, they can do the same for Fox. So you have a choices. You know, government shouldn't be paying and subsidizing media in period. You know, they do hearings right now, and we've noticed that, you know, almost everyone there on NPR, and actually been on NPR a few times, and I'll be honest with you, they try to be fair with me in some ways, and we talk about economic issues, and I appreciate some issues that they're willing to talk with the Republic, and a lot of times they generally just attack. So I had a good conversations with NPR, but I think we need to decide, and if we see that the media is very tilted, why the government should be spending, because ultimately, country is, you know, divided in some way. Why are we spending money on providing to one side but not the other side? And what should we start funding some conservative media too? Because unfortunately, public media is not doing, you know, news that are not tilted, and unfortunately, they become very polarized. So we have hearings on this issue. I do not know if this issue will come in front of us, but if it does in front of us, I just see so much. I mean, I've been dealing with media, a variety of medias, and I even go in very hostile media just to be able to have conversations. I go to MSNBC, I go to CNN and NPR, and it's not easy. Usually my colleagues don't even go, but I'm willing to go just so we have a different views and conversation. And usually it's tough. For a politician, it's real tough. But I don't think government should be really paying money and spending money subsidizing any media. There is plenty of way to fund media now, and it's actually quite well funded anymore.
Our next question is from Ben from Westfield, number 225. That's Ben from Westfield, number 225. If you're Ben from Westfield 225, do you want to raise your hand real big and tall, or I will ask your question if you want. Okay, I'll go ahead and ask it for you. So this is from Ben from Westfield. He said, I've been a registered Republican since 1976 in Hamilton County. Always voted for Dick Lugar. Why have Republican Congress members not rein in President's illegal, unconstitutional orders?
Please, quiet, please.
You want me to answer a question? I'll answer a question. Executive orders, it's not a way to govern. But until Congress can pass a law, executive orders didn't govern our country for a very long time. And unfortunately, to pass any law right now, it would take 60 votes. So, in the Senate, we cannot pass anything. I'll just tell you reality. It is reality. And unfortunately, right now, I agree. And unfortunately, right now, there is no taste to do anything bipartisan. So everyone voted a partisan vote. So that is the reality what's happening right now. Congress is not going to, until Congress decides that Congress is going to do a job, so it's not going to happen. And right now, I agree with you. Congress has to pass laws, has to work on issues, but Congress cannot come to an agreement. And until the party agrees to deal with this issue we agree on, nothing is going to happen. And the same situation was happening under Democrat president. You know, no one would talk. So right now we have President Biden who running wild. You know, now presidents do. And I do not like this because I might like executive orders today. Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen in 4 years. So I'm willing to try to reform our institutions that we start doing its job, and I do as much as I can in a short majority. Unfortunately, it will take more than me, and I hope you can talk to your senators too, because, you know, if Congress is not continue doing its job, we're going to be run country by executive orders, which is not a good thing for stability of the everybody decide that they want to work together, you know. And I am working extremely hard to find common ground. Actually, as a matter of fact, I passed 12 bills on the Democrats. You know, that is not that easy. But it is very, very narrow basis. Actually, on the Democrat president, and some of them were tough legislation. But I think that is important for us to do that. It's important to find common ground, but I don't think in this environment it's happening right now because people may be upset. Maybe people have a reason to do that. Maybe people just do it for the protesting. But unfortunately, no one wants to do anything right now, and that is a tough reality. So it's until Congress is going to wake up, nothing is going to happen.
Okay, thank you. We have another question. This one's from Amy and Carmel, number 121. Excellent. We'll get a microphone back to you, and I'd just like to remind everyone we appreciate you being quiet so we can hear our question asked and answered. I do.
I'm Amy from Carmel, and I work in the affordable housing field. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. What will you do to ensure that those who are most vulnerable will have access to decent and affordable housing, especially those who are elderly and or have disabilities?
There are few aspects to affordable housing. One became the price of housing, become not just unaffordable, it's becoming unachievable, not just for people, you know, on the lower income, but even the people in the middle income people. And I think you've seen the prices, and it's a combinations of things, so we have to deal with the pricing. If we don't deal with inflation, mortgage prices are going to go up, so we have to deal with spending and inflation because it's become more and more unaffordable and achievable. But we also need to make sure that how we can stop this inflation and have a better economy for people with disabilities, for people, including seniors. You know, we right now spend, when I was a Senate, I did a calculation, we on Medicaid, for providing seniors, you know, nursing homes, we spend enormous amount of money. Seniors don't get the services, and you saw that a lot of them don't even go to seniors. How some of these programs for the most vulnerable actually go directly to help most vulnerable and have them make a choice. You know, what is the best care? Our Department of Child Services spend $50,000 per child per year. 5 to 10 goes to foster family. I was asking, where is the rest of the go? We can send the people to Harvard Business School for $50,000 a year. Where the money going? It's some kind of services. And no one could give an answer. These programs are getting very, very expensive. So I said, let's just, you know, it's like giving cash. It's cheaper than going to save money. So we have to start reforming some of these programs to allow people to actually need this help, to make sure they get it, but not all of these groups of intermediaries and everyone, whether it's healthcare or the PBMs, you can't even see how much money made in pharmaceutical, and people cannot get affordable pharmaceuticals. Every area, where is the same the services, whether it's nursing home, whether it's foster care, we have all of these intermediate agencies spend enormous amount of money, give to a variety of organizations, and I go on the ground, and I have some very poor communities in my district, and the money is not there. I actually had a bipartisan bill that I passed with the chair of education committee at that time, Democrat, on juvenile justice prevention for at-risk youth. Because I've seen what's happening if we don't deal with kids early. You know, the kids get into criminal justice system and then we try to get them through jails. We passed legislation. We were sending money to the state. It doesn't go to the ground. So we need to start looking how the money go, where they go, why we keep spending money, and nothing happening. So I think that's what we're trying to do, make sure we reform these programs, that we make sure the benefits for the most vulnerable, for people with disabilities, seniors are protected and improved. We need to do better benefits. I see how people struggling, but we spend more money, benefits don't get better. We have to have better outcomes, we have to have better health care, and look at how we can reform them. That's what we're going to do, because you always have limited amount of money. We don't want to be doubling taxes on all Americans. We want to make sure that we keep taxes low. And then make sure with money we have, we do a better job. And that's what we're going to start looking at some of these programs, including for the most vulnerable.
Our next question is from Richard from Zionsville, number 273. Richard from Zionsville, number 273. not seeing you, I'm going to go ahead and ask Richard's question. And he had a very specific question I thought was great. We got lots on Social Security. Are any of our Indiana offices being closed? Richard from Zionsville wants to know.
Indiana offices?
That's what he asked.
Yeah, I think if you're aware of anything, I don't. We try to keep all our offices closed too. You know, and if you're not mean to my staff, I'll keep my office open too. If they feel very, you know, they're very worried about that, we'll have to make appointments because my job is also make sure that we keep people safe. But I think, you know, we're going to look, you know, I know there is a lot of drama with a variety of agencies and everything else, but honestly, we're trying to make sure that we automate, bring technology, and make some of these agencies work better for you. And that is really seems like a common sense. We should all agree on that, but maybe it's very hard for us to agree. So I understand, but hopefully we'll find common ground at least in some of the issues.
We have another question from Tanya and Fishers, number 257. Tanya and Fishers, number 257. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask Tanya's question for her, scanning the room, making sure it's here. Tanya from Fishers asks, please provide more detail of your involvement / efforts to Doge and why you think that this will help your constituents here in the 5th District.
So I want to make sure that maybe we're getting too tired, but I think we'll at least go to 7:30 and then we'll have a personal questions, whatever you want to do. Okay, I'll just stay around here for another half an hour and do that, but let me just finish at least. Let me just finish a little bit, you know. Thank you, appreciate it. So let me finish a little bit a question about Doge, you know. So I came from the auditing world. I came from the auditing profession, and in a lot of things when people come, this is a lot of business people from IT world, and what they're trying to do, they try to automate some transaction and do like some simple accounting things, you know, and the government really is so behind in all of that that you would be very surprised how bad it is. You know, the simple transaction disbursed with no authorization, you know, with no approval and justification. I don't think you would be running your own business like that. None of you would just have your banking account run like that. So this is the people from a business world, so I have a good understanding of what they're doing, and I'm trying to work with them, and I work with them quite closely, I'll be honest with you. But I want to make sure that things that are bad actually don't go eliminated through Congress. And not because that is the job of a Congress to make sure that the bad stuff and fraud goes through Congress. So my job is working with them to make sure that we can pass proper legislation, that we don't have to be continuing dealing with fraud and abuse, and keep the promised benefit to the people, and have a better system to monitor how your money is spent. That's what I try to do, but I work very, very closely with them personally. And unfortunately, they're so loud that probably you don't want to listen to me in all of the details. But if you're very interested, I will be providing more information. And I send my newsletters and always give details on different things. But hopefully you can agree with few things with me in the long run.
We have a question from William from Westfield, number 172. William from Westfield.
I'm walking. Everybody, let's go.
We'll get a mic to you in just a second, sir. Thank you for being patient.
Walk out.
We have
solidarity. Walk out. Walk out. Let's go. Walk. Get out. Tell them on the
Okay, we have a question.
Walk out.
We have a question from
Walk
William from
out.
Westfield.
Walk out. Let's go.
Okay.
Walk out.
Not working.
Just a little bit, sir.
I can tell you this, that I would not be standing close to the Congresswoman because she's going to get hit by lightning for all the lies that she
But this is why from Congressional Budget Office, actually a lot of Democrats don't like, and Republicans don't. So if you don't like, and actually, listen, CBO is not perfect, But if we wouldn't have CBO, the country would completely run wild and we would completely bankrupt the country. So actually, Congressional Budget Office right now, that's what the graphs are. They're not done from me. I don't create them. They do this graph. So this is a reality. My party is now questioning a lot of this, what CBO is counting, because they don't like some things. And I said, well, you cannot just change accounting when you don't like the result. So I pushed back on my own party and I said, we have to be accounting the same accounting. We need to make sure, and I am not allowing them to change accounting methods, and that's got a big fight with the Senate. So we'll see what the Senate is going to come. Senate wants to change accounting. I don't think it's right. And I am not agreeing to that. And that's a resolution. We're going to see how it's going to come. I haven't seen it. Senate probably going to vote next week. And if they're going to change baseline, I'm not going to be supporting that. So maybe for a different reason than a lot of, but if Senate is going to change accounting methods to show that tax cuts have no effect, I am not supporting that. We need to be honest. We need to see what is going to economy, what is not, and where is the bad stuff. We need to start balancing the books. And CBO might be not perfect, but we need to have them. So that's what substance is big on the table, but that's what these graphs are. They're not created by me. Be happy. You can look online and see that. This is all CBO numbers, so that's came from. They have reports. They do that, and I send them. Yeah, it's from their reports. Yeah, I'll be happy. And if you want to email, I provide it. This is the handout they do. They actually issued new economic outlook yesterday. So this is probably from my August town hall I did on the fiscal issues, but yes, from yesterday might have a little bit different, but I don't think it's much changed.
We have a question from Melissa from Carmel, number 362. Okay, we'll get a microphone to you.
I'm going to get any easy questions or not? Oh, no? Okay. Toughens me up. Tell me always the truth. You might not like, but I'll tell you always the truth. You might not agree with me, but I'll tell you the truth.
Hi, I'm Melissa.
Let's listen to Melissa, please.
I work at a school, and we've just learned that Trump signed an executive order to completely eliminate the Department of Education, which funds the majority of our school. I could lose my job because of this, and I want to know why this is in the interest of Hoosiers like myself.
So Department of Education is not who's teaching kids. It's people like you are, people on the ground. That's who's teaching kids. Department of Education, average salary of $140,000 a year, that's not what teachers get paid. So we're not talking about moving, taking funding away. We're talking about actually giving this funding to the states more directly, so we eliminate some of the bureaucracy. And it's very interesting. Let me tell you, one issue when I was state senator, I disagreed a lot of issues with teachers' union, but I work on the regulation of teacher profession, and they did not like all of the federal testing. That is one of the issues. I'm working to help them to provide more flexibility, that they're not teaching to the test, and the teachers have an ability to actually teach kids, and the teachers are reported properly, not regulated non-stop with more regulation than even state doing. So in the meantime, we have to think also how we make sure when we send money to the states, we also make sure that states use this money well, because they don't always use this money well. That's a different discussion. But we try to see how federal government can do better job of things we should do: national security, protecting the border, have strong military, have interstate commerce, and some of the issues give states ability to innovate and educate kids better, and the more teachers better, that we actually have best and brightest coming into profession, which become very hard. I taught a little bit, I taught at college a little bit, I taught at the public accounting. I didn't teach at schools. I was high school ambassador for some schools. I've seen how tough it is. I have children in schools. I know how tough the job is. But I can tell you, education is not acceptable right now. Our educational outcomes is not acceptable. Our kids, we're spending more and more money, and our kids don't get knowledge and be able to survive in a society that is fast moving and requires a lot of new skills. I cannot believe we cannot teach reading, simple mathematics and kids and some simple things. So we have to think about that. And colleges, with the debt that kids accumulated, destroy an opportunity A lot of them with enormous amount of debt and worthless diplomas have to work a big part of their life just to pay off their debt. That is driving very perverse incentives and outcomes when they don't have that. And it's interesting now because it's also some of the higher, including under President Obama, was more bipartisan issue about educational outcomes, but now it became so partisan that is definitely no one wants to deal with that, but we have to deal with education of our children because it is national security crisis because only 30% of our kids, for educational health reasons, are able to join the military, are eligible to join the military. 70% of our kids are ineligible. That is not a good idea. So we have to think, so I want to make sure that the money we're going to fund education, and if we have to good causes, we're going to fund better and come after fraud and abuse, but not a lot of bureaucrats that don't help education in DC. So I think the department did a terrible job in DC. You know, they're doing a terrible job, and we need to do a better job on the ground and help states to deliver better.
I'm sure you're all aware we have less than 30 minutes left, so I want to tell you, I know you appreciate my reminders, how much we appreciate your decorum and civility. I have a question from Christy in Kokomo, number 336. Okay, we'll get a microphone right to you. Thank you so much for your patience. We've got one coming over that way soon, I'm sure. The floor belongs to Mr. Keller, sir. Let's listen, please. It's not your question. Let's turn to the person whose question is now. Thank you.
First of all, Congresswoman, thank you for coming. I know you've seen a lot of what's happened in America and with town halls here recently, and you didn't have to do this, so we thank you for coming. And I'm also, you said it yourself that you're not used to town halls like this, so I'm proud of my fellow Hoosiers that we're getting involved with the process. Our question, you often talked about supporting jobs in the economy, yet you voted against protections for steel workers and automakers in this district, as well as a workers' right to organize, federal workers. You also support an administration that's allowing DOJ to basically cut Social Security and Medicare by removing $880 billion from the departments that administer these services, programs that many working class Hoosiers all depend on. Can you explain how these actions align with your promises to protect American jobs and help working families?
Actually, in spite of a lot of things that people talk about, I actually work with a lot of issues with a variety of unions. And there are some issues we might agree, with some issues we disagree. Actually, in healthcare, that's one of the issues that is wage suppression as for union labor and as not for union labor. And I told them I can be very strong ally, and we had good meetings recently with them, and I said we can work together and agree on that. I always been supportive of competition on the market, but I never been a person who believed that union cannot exist. I think union actually can be very helpful to organize if they serve the people, if their leadership serves the members, they could actually help in some ways, because when companies come to places like Indiana, and we try to bring manufacturers to Indiana, and we don't just compete with Illinois and Michigan and Ohio, we compete with Tennessee, Texas, Florida, Carolinas. I want to make sure that we have good energy prices, we have water resources, which is trade requires for a lot of type of jobs, and we have educated labor. And if union has provided this labor, that's fine, but I am not going to support to mandate it, but I'm not against to help good leadership of good unions to deal with issues. And I'm working very closely. I have a variety of them in my district north of here, and we're trying, and President Trump has been very supportive, and he actually put in charge of Department of Labor my colleague, who actually lost the race at very pro-labor union, which a lot of Republicans didn't like, but he doesn't look at that union and anti-union. So I do believe that competition should happen. I believe in right to work, but I also believe we can work with unions, and if they have good leadership, they can help the member to have good jobs and have more organized labor, where we can say when a company comes to Indiana, we have trained people, we have good people, but they need to offer value. We are not going to be just the protectionists if they're not helping members, and a lot of things were happening in the early 2000s. It wasn't happening. They were not really, serving the members of leadership, always separate leadership and the members. And a lot of things happen that, in a lot of other perverse incentives that make industries move to China. We need to bring them back, but we need to be smart, and I'm very open to work with unions, and I have been working with a variety of them, so I always try to find common ground, and if there is any specific issue you are interested, I'll be open-minded regardless of politics. I just said I believe in right to work. I believe in right to work. I believe in the choices. I believe in that. But if unions want to organize, I have no problem with that. And I'd be willing to help them to organize well. But I just said to you, I think I answered your question. I think I answered your question, but hopefully they can find some.
Okay, our next question is from Gail from Cicero, number 473. That's Gail from Cicero, number 473. And I know we've lost some folks, so you may hear my voice more. I'll ask Gail's question for her. She said, do you feel you represent all voters in your district? And do you consider carefully your decisions in light of all constituent wishes? And she added in, based on phone calls, emails, postcards, etc.
Yeah, and I do. And actually, referendum is all of us, is election, right? So if you believe, you will never be able to agree on 100% of the issue. Obviously, I don't agree with my husband on 100% of the issue, but I try to do my best. First, when I look at my decision, see on the law and decision how constitutional it is, because my first oath is to Constitution. Then second, I look, what is the majority of people in my district think, right? And ultimately, I won Senate, and I won 2 elections in here, so ultimately people believe that I did the right thing, majority. I would like to see more common ground and more people from other side be open-minded and vote for me on some issues beyond the party, but ultimately that's a choice you do. You might like someone else, and that's a choice, as we have decided in election. But I do meet with a variety of groups on every issue. I do not take side until I listen to all of the sides. And I try to figure out what is the right call. So I meet with some of the group that disagree with me very vividly. And it's not easy. I'll be honest with you, this town hall wasn't easy because I know there are a lot of calm people with maybe different views, but I didn't want not to have it, even though, as you know, I wasn't advised by security people, everyone to do it. But I felt like we still need to have a conversation. Regardless we agree, I need to hear you. I need to hear your voice. I need to hear your frustration. Hopefully I can address some. Maybe some I cannot, but hopefully you stay in touch with me and stay in touch with the office, and we'll have more of that. And I think I appreciate you coming. I'll be honest with you. I do this town halls for a long time. No one else does it, and most of my colleagues advise against it, But I always do that, and I've done it, and we never had such a participation. So when I started going to more participation, we moved, and I tried to find venue a little bit closer. My previous venue, after we sent a letter, I don't know, maybe we'll start doing stadiums, but I think you might not show up next time. So, but what I'm just saying, we always thought about doing something, at the, here at the on 191st Street, the fields, football fields over there. But I was like, well, that's a little bit complicated, right, in Grand Park. So this is probably not that far and everything else. So we'll try to stay in touch, but ultimately, I hope we can have this, and I hope, we can have this conversation, and we might actually even agree on one issue. So hopefully maybe we'll agree more. But I appreciate the questions, and I'll try to do my best, listen to all of the sides, and you can make the decision on November, and ultimately always have a choice.
We have a question from Jack and Carmel, number 150. Jack and Carmel, 150. Okay. I will ask the question. He said this is a constituent request. How have voter service requests to your office changed in 2025? And he noted especially Social Security and appointments. I'm not entirely sure what he means by that, but he did also add thank you.
Okay, well, I think when we actually try to streamline website, is going to launch website that is a little bit easier, but we haven't done it yet. Hopefully it's going to be soon. Our IT services are not as fast, but hopefully they get better, But you always can, if you have some requests, you can do it through website, but you can also come into office or call into office. We have actually open door policy. Our offices are open. Unless I'll be advised for security reasons to have by appointment, but I think, regardless how you feel, my staff are employees of the federal government, so if you don't like something, that's not their fault. They're not there, they're there to serve you, and they don't necessarily might agree even with me on issue, but it doesn't matter, they work there to serve you, so we try to do our best, and I think David has been, for my two predecessors, he's been for a very long time, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of people say, we don't even agree with your politics, but David is great. So for me, feedback about my people is most important, my employees, so if we can do better, let us know, but we try to streamline some technology and make websites. So we haven't changed anything, it's still the same, but we'll try to make sure that our website is a little bit user-friendly, because this is a generic website that we had in the freshman, and now I'm trying to make it better. So but I don't think anything changed right now.
We have a question from Deb in Westfield, number 227. Wonderful. We'll get a microphone right to you. Thank you for your patience as one comes right over your way. Perfect. And thank you for the audience for being a great listenership.
Our middle class has been dwindling for decades, and I really appreciate what everybody's trying to do with tariffs and bringing jobs back here. But what's our middle class going to do in the meantime? They're becoming poorer and poorer. We've already addressed the problem about lack of affordable housing, lack of health care, and now who knows what education is going to look like for these folks. So how do we not only maintain the middle class, but try and grow it?
Well, I think and President Trump is always there for a few more years, so that the question, this is a huge problem, and I think we need to make sure how we can help more people go in the middle class. Actually, real estate and affordability is one of the issues that a lot of Americans is the biggest asset that Americans own, and allow them to build some wealth and grow and be able to do it. No access to capital, where now small businesses struggle to get access to capital. That's a huge problem to the middle class. So we need to grow the economy. Growth of economy helps with different jobs, but then we also need to see how we're not creating now this environment where large oligopolies close to the government get all of the perks and benefits, and that's reality. That's a reality. That's a reality. They get grants, get subsidy, they get credits. They live in Washington, D.C., and they get a lot of benefits, where people in the middle class and people in the lower income not able to get all of this. So I think this is becoming a distortion, because unfortunately, if you let politicians to make decisions, not actually the markets, not you, which causes are good, but actually allow that to centralize the power, more and more money go to the wrong causes. So we have to think how the programs we have, they allow people to go from low income to go to middle class, how young people have opportunities to be able to acquire real estate and have good paying jobs. So I think growth of economy is one thing, but I think we need to look at the other side. What are we doing with financial markets? Because ultimately, no matter what it is, even small business, large business, or even family, it's access to finances, be able to build wealth, and how we can have people actually not just living in apartments, but also be able to buy some housing. So I think it's a problem and discussion we have, and we have more and more disparity now with the wealthiest people and the rest. I think this disparity has to be addressed, because if we don't have more people in the middle class, the country is not going to be as strong. So we have to look at that, and we try to look. But first, we need to re-energize the growth in the economy, because it will help. If we don't have economic growth, it's very difficult, because right now we're in trouble financially, and economic growth will help us.
Thank you. We have a question from Barb in Carmel, number 39. Barb in Carmel, number 39. Since Barb isn't here, I'm going to ask her question on her behalf. So, Congresswoman, this is from Barb in Carmel. She says, are you going to vote to continue to fund Ukraine and support NATO?
So, this is a question. I've always been a supporter of NATO. It's an important institution. for the security of Europe. We need to make sure that Europeans do better too. We need to make sure that Europeans get to their 2%, because that's in their interest, so we need to put pressure on them. We need to make sure that Europeans have smarter energy policy, because that's an economic interest, and we can help in a lot of ways for that. I am not going to be sending blank check to anyone. I am sorry, we have go bankrupt. No blank checks. We need to have strategy, and we need to know where the money are spent. And let's just be very honest, we're dealing with a lot of foreign governments that leaves much to be desired. Okay, let me just stop at that. So we need to be smarter. You know, I mean, any government we have to oversee, but when we send money of Americans to foreign countries, we need to be smarter. What we're doing and what it is, you know, so I think that's going to be a conversation about foreign policy, which will be broken. But as you know, strength of NATO is also have to be from inside. Americans cannot constantly pay the check to everyone. We cannot constantly do that. We have to make sure that we have some, they do their job too, and Europeans step up on that too.
Okay. Our next question is from Dylan from Westfield, number 293. Wonderful. He's right over here, so we'll get a microphone to you very shortly, sir. Thank you.
Like some others, I really do appreciate you being here. This is not the friendliest environment for this particular evening. After you elected to Congress, you swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, so help you God. Since you took that oath in January, the current administration has repeatedly ignored the plain text of the Constitution by illegally dismantling agencies established by acts of Congress, your branch, even putting Elon Musk in charge of deciding which funds appropriated by your branch will or will not be spent. The President and the executive branch have stolen your exclusive constitutional authority over appropriations. As our elected representative, you should find this completely intolerable.
Microphone is not working.
So my question is, when are you going to live up to your oath, defend the Constitution, and reclaim the powers that the voters of this district have reserved for you? In other words, when are you going to start doing your job?
So let's be quiet so we can hear the Congresswoman's answer.
My oath to the Constitution I take extremely serious, more than anything else. And you might disagree or agree. I actually departed with my party and I did quite a lot of things, including the certification of election. I departed with that issue. So I do take it serious and look and think. The fiscal issue that we all in the Congress look at, regardless what we like or not, and I honestly, a lot of things that President Trump is doing I like, but I want to make sure that you understand, Congress doesn't look at the 85% of what's happening. That is a broken system that we have to fix. So I am trying, so let me answer the question. I am trying to fix, because regardless, what we like or don't like, Congress needs to start doing its job, passing laws, and look at our appropriations. I am one person, but I forced the Speaker of the United States House to put a working group, and hopefully we'll have some result to how we can reform our budgeting. It's broken. So the question of the presidential branch and the money spending, empowering money, that's a constitutional question. question probably should go to Supreme Court to decide, because it's an agreement on that disagreement of that issue. What they can do not, but what I try to do, regardless what they do, if Congress believes it's right, we have to put it in our appropriations, our reconciliation. If we believe it's not, so we have to start passing law. What did we pass? CR again. We continue passing CRs because it's been neglected for decades. So I've read Constitution, I understand Constitution, that's why I try to change structure. And I fought with my own previous speaker. I took my own speaker down because he didn't want to do his job. And that is not very easy. And I am working with this speaker to try to figure out how we can do a job, which is not very easy to do coming after your own party, because I believe beyond that, I need to start doing job. You might like my words, but not. But when I have no ability even to vote on that, you have no representation or someone else who is going to be in this office. So we have to reform the structure. Until the structure is reformed, nothing is going to happen until we pass in CRs and with this. So right now I'm working on reconciliation that will have a vote of the House and the Senate, which actually can be done with 51 votes, not 60. And we are going to have things in there you're going to see. So you'll be able to see what I vote for and what we agree with President and what we not. We have actual deliberation with White House right now, with the Senate and the House, and we have to come to an agreement, and you'll be able to do it. So hopefully we'll have some good results. I doing my part to find some solution to some of these issues. Unfortunately, it will have to be done on a partisan basis. Our appropriations in September will have to be bipartisan. We'll see where we're going to get there. It's very hard, but we'll see where we're going to get there.
Let's hear the question asker, please.
The point is, I want you to take those votes. What I don't want is for, after you pass whatever budget, the power that you have to allow the president, a co-equal branch, to say we will not spend that money that you are on the record allocating. So Musk, who has no constitutional role, is deciding where the money that you've decided gets spent. That's wrong, and you should want to reclaim that authority.
And that, we have a case in general, whether I agree with it or not, I agree with you. And the impoundment by that branch has to be resolved in the Supreme Court, because it was passed in our 70s, and that is an issue. That is an issue. So administration is argued one way, Congress another way, and that is, a lot of people believe it's a constitutional issue. The president can't do it. The Congress set the maximum level. If they can do better job with less money, they should be able to do it, because that's government efficiency. And a lot of Democrats believe in that. I think this is an issue the court probably should take and resolve or decide it. But regardless what it is, Congress has an ability to direct a lot of this spending in a different way if we pass specific bills, but we don't. We didn't pass it in appropriations for a very long time. All of the stuff done through CR. All of the spending. This is not appropriations. We cannot even come up with some appropriations now for a very long time. I mean, this is a reality. This is not money that we're appropriating. Let's just be honest. It's not. So we are not actually passing appropriation. Congress hasn't been able to pass appropriation under previous Congress, with previous branch, and in the current. We cannot even do that because Congress is not doing its job. And I try to do as much as I can to make the Congress to do a job that I even launch a fight against both parties in Congress, which is very hard. Very hard. And I'm trying to do something with this Congress because I can do so much, but as much political capital I spend in to fix this, I don't think anyone else, but I'll try to do my best because I have an agreement with you. Congress has to be appropriating funds. Congress has to be passing appropriations. And we are so deep in the hole that we need to have a task force to at least move the needle, or some fiscal commission at least move the needle, and we are not doing that here.
We have just 5 minutes left, and I have a wonderful question from Deb from Noblesville, number 84. I don't know if you're still here. Back. Okay, we'll bring a... I think she's actually... yes. So this will be our last question. This is Deb from Noblesville.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I wrote this question 3 hours ago. I have no idea what I wrote, so...
We'll bring it back to you, actually. And I apologize. I've only been using first names because I'm trying to be polite. But we realized there could also be more than 2 Debs from Noblesville, and that's my error. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. First of all, thanks for having this forum. I think we've heard a lot of opinions tonight. My question, words are great. Words mean nothing if there's no action. So my question is, based on the feedback tonight that you've heard, what are you going to do, and what will you have the courage to do?
So I want to make sure that, and we might have actually less disagreement with what you're saying, but let me tell you, I want to make sure that we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that Congress is actually start doing its job, and I will do to make sure that Congress has as an institution, and I pick a big fight on that. That is number one thing. Number two thing, I'll make sure whatever it takes for us to make sure that we come after fraud and abuse and save programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid for the most vulnerable and make it better. Because we have to promise the people, we took people's money. I know that you all have concerns, and I know that you hear a lot of different things. But I'll tell you, what we're trying to do, what I personally trying to do, is to help to make sure that these programs become fiscally sustainable, that we don't have to be increasing taxes on all Americans, that we have an ability for growth of the economy, and we want to make sure that we have a good paying job and have an opportunity for people to go into the middle class and not just for very few on top. So I want to make sure to do that. I understand your frustration with President Trump and Elon and Dodge, and they were elected by majority of Americans. That's a reality. That's a reality. President Trump was elected to be president, and he is the majority of Americans. I know, by majority of the vote, okay? Let's just say that, majority of the vote. I know that you're frustrated, but I hope, and I know you're frustrated with Elon Musk. He just helps to audit things. As you know, he doesn't have the power on the vote, right? So he helps to show transparency. The Congress will have to decide to put it law or not. And this is the reality. I know that you're very, very well frustrated. And I'll work on some farm and healthcare. We find little common ground here, so that's good. Because maybe we can actually be able. But I hope you stay engaged. I know that, a lot of you frustrated. A lot of you may be upset. But I want to thank you for coming. I know that probably some issues you don't like to hear what I have to say. But hopefully we'll find some things that you like. And hopefully we'll have a discussion and conversation and continue, this dialogue. So hopefully I appreciate you that you didn't make it so bad that my team will refuse to do next town hall. So I appreciate it very much. Hopefully I have my voice for another 2 hours tomorrow. But I'll stay a little bit here if you have any particular questions for me and my team. I'd be happy to stick around for a little bit. I think we have it till 8 o'clock, but if they allow us to do it, I'll do that. And I want to thank everyone, and hopefully we'll continue these participations in town halls. But thank you so much. May God bless you and your families, and thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
เ
就是本来第一这里面工人คนพม่าเจนมันส่งมาในไลน์ที่บ้านที่ถึงตั้งเราสองคนนั้นใช่ซึ่งวันแรกเราหลานตั้งอยู่แล้วที่เป็นตั้งอยู่ที่然后现场呢有一些工人我们知道有包括然后有泰国的一些就是说有些开重机器的然后真正的这个时间线大部分是泰国不管哪一个不管哪一家电影基本上都是在关键所以这缅甸的一些重要的这个对
Put your finger.แต่เขาหยิบอะเป็นวันละ500อันนี้ก็5 บาทไม่ให้ดีกว่าเขาไม่ให้ลงทุนเขาใช่ป่ะबैंकॉक में आए सबसे बड़ी ताकत बता देता हूँ ये बैंकॉक स्टेट हॉस्पिटल है लेकिन अब बिल्डिंग का मलबा खबर आई है अंदर आधिकारिक तौर पर अपनी तक 80 लोग फंसे हुए दोपहर 1:20 पर जब भूकंप आया तो ये बिल्डिंग सिर्फ 7 सेकंड में गिर गई। पहली जानकारी के मुताबिक यहाँ 400 लोग काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन जो लोग बिल्डिंग के आसपास से नीचे काम कर रहे थे वो भागने में कामयाब रहे। बैंकॉक स्टेट शासन द्वारा जो हमें बताया गया है उसकी जानकारी के हिसाब से 96 लोगों की मिसिंग रिपोर्ट दर्ज हुई। परिषद ने आशा कहा कि हमारी जानकारी मिसिंग है, उसमें से 9 लोगों की मौत है, 7 लोग घायल हैं और 80 लोग यहाँ इस मलबे में। अगर आप देखेंगे बिल्डिंग के बाएं कोने पर आपको दिखाई दे रहा होगा वहाँ एक गेट जैसा बन गया है। उस इलाके के सरकारी रेस्क्यू बड़े फिल्म को काटने के लिए मंगवाए जा रहे अपने नो रहा इमारत के बाद एक के बाद एक आपको पंक्ति का स्लैब ऐसे दिखाई देगा जैसे किसी ने इसको समेट कर रख दिया हो। ऐसे में 80 लोगों के परिजनों की सांसें कर रही हैं उनके चाहने वाले इस मलबे से जिंदा निकल सके। पहला भूकंप म्यांमार के राजधानी के 100 किलोमीटर दूर 7.7 रिक्टर स्केल पर आया, लेकिन उसके बाद से अगले 18 घंटे में 2 आफ्टर शॉक आ चुके हैं। एक आफ्टर शॉक 6.6 का था, दूसरा 4.7 रिक्टर स्केल का। आपको बता दें थाईलैंड और म्यांमार सबसे लाइन पर है, लेकिन ये पिछले कई दशक में ये भूकंप में सबसे भयानक और डरावना भूकंप है। इस भूकंप में बहुत सारी बिल्डिंगों को काफी हालातों को और आफ्टर आहत और आशंका के चलते कैमरा प्रधान के साथ इंडिया बैंक ऑफทำลายอยู่ทั้งวันเนี่ยจริงๆมันมีฝั่งนี้เขาเรียก A มีคน B เราไม่รู้จะอยู่ไหนเราจะอยู่ไหนต้องเอาไปหน่อยA D C D นี่เราอยู่ A B อะไร B ฝั่งนู้น ให้เราได้ลงไปแล้วไม่ลงตามเราเพราะว่าไว้แต่เห็นรถทหารเขาไม่ได้เข้าไปไม่ได้ตัดไม่ผิดเขาที่จะส่งว่าตรงนี้แล้วไม่ดีแล้วไม่ดีที่คุณผู้ชมเห็นด้านหลังนะครับเป็นโครงสร้างของอาคารที่ถล่มกับอาคารที่ยังไม่เสร็จแต่ก็ต้องคือจะต้องตัดเหล็กโครงสร้างที่จัดให้ขาดนะครับเพราะว่าจะได้ไม่ร้างถล่มทับลงไปข้างล่างถ่ายใหม่หมดเลยไม่เอาไม่มีแล้วไอ้เป็นสตอรี่นะครับใช่แล้วผมก็ไปถ่ายครับผมใช่ครับสัญญาณออนไหมยังไม่ได้ออนให้ออนเลยไหมหรือว่าให้รอเมื่อกี้ตอนเข้าตอน6 โมงมันดีเลย์ไป3 วิอ๋อได้ก็เลยขอเป็นใช่ไหม9 โมงตรงใช่ไหมครับได้ครับเดี๋ยวประมาณ50 บาทลงมานะครับโอเคขอบคุณครับลองหาดูเพราะว่าแต่ว่าตอนนี้มันยังไม่มีร้านเปิดไงมันปิดแล้วก็ ครับนู่นนู่นแล้วเหรอไอ้เหี้ยบางผมไม่เข้าที่ผมบางผมไม่เข้าตัวบัตรแม่อยู่แล้วไปเข้าให้ไปเข้าไปคุยวายเนี่ยไม่แน่ถ้าตรงไหนก็ถึงนี้เลยแล้วก็มันจะปิดไม่อย่างมีประกาศNo, it's just sitting by station.